And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We are closing in on the top of the hour. Joy, I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner. Kamala Harris projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii. Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call, a difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is in. Just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call. 44% of the vote in. Difference of about 100,000 votes between them. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. We've got 3/4 of the vote in, just under 90,000 votes between the two candidates. And in Arizona, it's not too close to call. It is too early to call. You see just over half the vote in. Also in Nevada, it is too early to call. We've got 2% of the vote in Nevada. All right, let's go over to, let's look at where the Senate stands right now, actually. Forgive me. In the Senate race in Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time, NBC News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic incumbent Mazie Hirono. Sorry for my confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour. There are still 10 uncalled Senate seats, which is a lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio. Sherrod Brown's state, they flipped to Bernie Moreno. And that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The result's going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door, in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county, and again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue-collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county, and again now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains, and frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote-by-mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this, and you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before, but again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points. And you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
Steve, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you. We've been periodically updating you over the course of the night about a few House races that we have been watching. This is a notable House race just because it's a flip, and there have been very few seats that have flipped from one party to the other tonight, but that has happened in New York 22. There was a whole passel of Republicans who were elected in more or less blue districts in New York in 2022. One of them was Republican Brandon Williams. Well, in New York 22, Brandon Williams has just lost his seat tonight. Democrat John Mannion, who's a state senator in New York, will be taking that seat in Congress from that New York congressional district. Interesting result there. The only other flip that I know about at this point, it's a gain, is in Alabama's 2nd district, which is a gain for the Democrats. This is essentially because of redistricting. Shamari Figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dodson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way up through the very top of the court system. And Shamari Figures will be joining the Alabama congressional delegation from that 2nd congressional district there. One other race to update you on, and this is a ballot measure in Missouri. And this is interesting. Missouri called very early on for Donald Trump today, and Missouri's Republican incumbent U.S. Senator will also be returning to the U.S. Senate, Josh Hawley. But on that same ballot, Missouri voters voted to increase the minimum wage and have paid sick time. And it looks like this is winning by a significant margin. Look at this, more than 80% of the vote in, 59-41 in favor of raising the minimum wage. Again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races in lots of different states over the course of tonight about people picking politicians who are absolutely opposed to the policy position that they are then voting for in a ballot measure.
Well, which tells us something important about policy, right?
Yeah.
That maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted, and then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now, and I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year bond market is absolutely getting decimated, and here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. Yes. They're also saying, well, if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. Mm-hmm. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy. But what he would actually do to the economy, the policy policies he will put forth, right? The corporate tax cuts, which he's not just going to sunset, he's going to make them even bigger.
Right.
And then these tariffs are terrible for the economy.
I think that's absolutely right. And 2 points on that quickly. One is Democrat Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close, but he did close with an ad touting his support for the, quote, Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people, in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. Right. In the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that, with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a state ballot, whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire, but that they will feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think will take care of me economically because he was on television. But literally, the policies that you're going to get. And this is what listen, you get the government you ask for. But and if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that aren't, to how you like to say, down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason small business owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity leave and paternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that. Right. I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we're talking about this Pennsylvania races and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the sort of nature of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race after close race after close race after close race, is that when we're interpreting results, again, we're talking about what is looking right now like a 3 or 4 point swing in the national political environment from 2020. Right. These are, extremely important, meaningful switches for who wields power and what the government does and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? Yeah. We're not, when you look back at what happened in 64 or what happened in 72 or what happened in 1980, we're talking landslide, huge elections, right? Like 10, 15 point, like.
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
Right, yeah, wins one state. Yeah. Like we're just in a completely different world than that. And what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So, like, there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this.
Right.
And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the election. And again, that's, millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces, but like, it's always just really important because there is a tendency to draw out enormous conclusions about the nature of the American soul to keep that in mind.
But but a lot of people think those shirts cost way more than they used to. and some,
They're right. They're correct.
and some of them actually don't. Some of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues, which is, we've talked a lot about reproductive rights and freedom, and how Donald Trump got 2 Supreme Court seats, and they basically stole a third. And those justices went before the Senate and said under oath, Roe is a super precedent. They were either lying then or they later acted in a way that made that a lie. What did the voters say? Again, national exits, immigration issue, is that your top issue to vote on? 11%. Abortion, is that your top issue? 14%. Economy, 31%.
Yeah.
That is not great news for Trump or MAGA or any of his claims, which I think Stephanie just fact-checked to great effect. But
Yeah.
it was bad news, I think, for incumbents.
But it also exists alongside the reality that the United States economy is the envy of the world.
Yeah. It absolutely
That the only reason there's a positive economic outlook globally is because the United States economy is doing so well, it's dragging everybody else upward. It's the best job market in the history of the United States. Inflation is back to where it was, not only just before COVID, but before Donald Trump left office, right? I mean, this is the inflation numbers, the economic growth numbers, the fiscal numbers, the U.S. standing in the world numbers are all off the charts positive. Even the freaking stock market, right? All off the charts positive. And yet, the pain, the old pain from having gone through the rise in prices, which is over, and which we weathered better than every other advanced economy in the world, to me, it can't be prescriptive because of what's happened since, because we voted today, or we voted in this early voting period, right? I mean, if we were a country where all the economic indicators were going down, you would expect it to be a big economically driven change election. But all of our economic indicators are 3 feet high and rising.
And there was nothing else for the Harris campaign to offer or do. They delivered a very strong economy, and they put a plan forth for one going forward. And what Donald Trump has offered is only going to worsen the economy.
And also, the polling above the economy was democracy. Is actually the number one thing and so there was a tremendous concern about what might happen to us if we are no longer a democracy. That was also more of a drive, at least if you believe the exit polls, than the economy, and yet it wasn't necessarily enough to not make it a tie, right? So
let's turn to Alex Wagner, who's standing by with our political insiders. Alex.
We are here in the insiders room. Simone, we were talking a little bit about Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania, what you're hearing on the ground over there, expectations being set. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Well, I first want to say that, Claire McCaskill, I've sat next to her at tables with her over the last couple months of this election cycle, and everything that Claire has said, even when I'm like, Claire, that's no. It hit, in this cycle has come to fruition. So I was fighting Claire McCaskill about 2 hours ago, but what I am hearing, again, as Steve Kornacki just told us at the big board, there were a number of votes, absentee ballots, that came in this latest batch, lots from Philadelphia County. The lead that needs to be insurmounted is not the gap may not be insurmountable, but it may be
Mountable.
But they're cautiously cautiously optimistic. Now, there's still additional absentee ballots out there. I don't know if there, I don't know exactly how many are left out, but I can tell you, I personally don't think that there are enough. And that means if there were not enough, I want to be honest with people, if there are not enough absentee ballots out there to make up the gap that currently exists for the Harris-Walz campaign, the vice president will not win Pennsylvania. And if she does not win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump then hits 270. Now, Pennsylvania people are saying Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, right? The Lehigh Valley, with the Puerto Rican vote, there is still a chance. And then some of these suburbs in the collar counties outside of Philadelphia. But the numbers, the margins, because this is an election about the margins.
Yeah.
The margins have not been large enough in the state thus far. But again, there's still some votes out there. It's not over till
we are still in it. We've been talking, Claire, about Michigan and Wisconsin, and looking at those two states in the context of the Senate races that are happening there. And as a former senator yourself, I wonder how you look at the way in which Alyssa Slotkin is in a very, very tight race with Mike Rogers, and Tammy Baldwin is in now, I believe, slightly, maybe even behind her Republican challenger.
Yeah, and of course, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
What started out as a hopeful sense that maybe we could knock off Ted Cruz and maybe the independent candidate in Nebraska, while not caucusing with Democrats, would deny the Republicans a seat. Now we're looking at whether or not I think the Republicans end up with 51, 52, 53, or 54 seats. And why is that so important? Well, one reason it's so important is because it probably means if this all happens, this is very depressing. I'm sorry to do this to everyone, but it means maybe the worst instincts of Donald Trump as to who he would appoint to the cabinet can become real, because there wouldn't be enough people that would say, no, no, you're not putting somebody who's been in prison in charge of the National Security Council. This is not a good idea. So that worries me. Now, the other thing about the Senate races that I think we need to take a moment and talk about is now the House becomes very important.
Yeah.
And these House races that, frankly, some of them are in California, so we haven't had a chance to do deep dives yet. Karnacki has not really educated us yet fully on all of these House races that are out there. But we flipped some already. And Hakeem Jeffries may be the most important person in Washington for the values we care about.
Yeah, when you're looking at a landscape, Michael Steele, in which Donald Trump does get the White House and they have 52, 53, 54 seats in the Senate, all eyes then go to the House of Representatives. I wonder, first of all, we are all on an emotional roller coaster, right? We're all calibrating our sort of psychological profiles by the hour. I wonder how you're sort of looking at the state of play and what you're thinking on, focused on.
Well, look, the thing about that strikes me about where we are right now is, in many respects, you kind of saw it coming a little bit. I mean, when you're pulling at the threads of trying to move the narrative around the idea of women's reproductive health, and there's resistance to that. When you're talking about our role in the world, and there's resistance to that. And I think what we're seeing playing out is that resistance to those narratives. I think what we're going to spend time with, if this plays out the way it seems that Donald Trump wins this election, is trying to understand what that resistance was about. What is it about our supporting Ukraine that you did not like beyond the talking points? What is it about women's reproductive health that did not move you enough in Florida?
Yeah.
Right? To actually draw the line in the sand.
Although, can I just say, 50, these numbers, again, this is a quickly moving storm front, but I believe it was 57% of Florida voters voted for.
But you knew what the threshold was.
60.
You knew.
But and 56 or 57% also voted for Donald Trump, which gets to the phenomenon of people voting for Trump and for abortion
There
rights.
you go. There you go.
But I don't think it's as black as white. Like,
no, I'm not saying it's black and white. I'm saying it's absolutely every color under the rainbow. It is every shade of how we start to parse and understand elections like this, because it's going to be important for what happens next. if the MAGA movement continues to expand, as it seemingly has, I mean, there's some real consideration about whether or not Trump hits the national popular vote here tonight. There's some things for us to sort of think about. So, for me, I'm looking at some of the states, and I'm with my friend Simone. Claire is a savant in many respects, but is born out of an experience of understanding how elections kind of drive and how they're built.
Margins.
And how they're built.
And, I wish I could ignore the margins, but it's hard.
Exactly. How elections are built. And I think that this is for, for a lot of folks, myself included, a recalibration of thinking about, and it really draws me back to one thing, that 2016, focus group where I saw a young mother. I tell a story of a young white female suburban mother of 2 divorced. When asked why she was supporting Trump, said he's just like me. And in many respects, as we sit here tonight, that question, that understanding has not been met. To understand how, in the face of Dobbs, in the face of everything else that's happened, white suburban women tonight
Still voting for Donald Trump.
are still voting in a bigger number than you would think for Donald Trump.
Well,
Can I say two things?
I just will say, and yeah, I would love to hear what you have to say on this, Simone. I wonder how much it's voters consciously saying, I'm voting yes on this, no on this, yes on this, and not more just a kind of feeling about Donald Trump and his strength and the fear-mongering he's done around immigration and the fuzziness he's had on women's rights. And, I'm not entirely sure it is a sort of list of kind of policy pros and cons that they're going in there.
I think it's mostly emotional.
I think you have to understand the voters. I just think about Governor Phil Murphy, who, after New Jersey was very, very close in that, 2020 race? What was that? It was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards. The governor's race was close. He commissioned these focus groups and his own internal focus groups, and what he saw in the focus groups of these voters that went out and did things that Democrats in New Jersey were like, well, wait, what is happening here? He said that we have to listen to what the voters are saying. And so I want to know what the voters have to say about this, and we will have to ask them more questions about their vote in the focus groups in the weeks and days to come. And again, the election is still not over. Okay, it's not over until all the votes are counted. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing is many things are happening tonight. In this election in 1968, it was the same election where Shirley Chisholm was elected as the first black woman to the U.S. House of Representatives. In that same election, Richard Nixon was elected as president. Right? And so I fundamentally believe that the legacies of both of those individuals were on the ballot in this election. And Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Also Brooks now join the ranks of black women who have been elected to the United States Senate. Shamari figures in Alabama, a district that was created because people in Alabama, with the help of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the ACLU, and so many others, went all the way up to the Supreme Court to fight for their voting rights, their right to be represented, to have their voices heard, got districts created in Alabama, in Louisiana, and now and they're called Black Opportunity Districts, majority black districts, and now there's more representation. These are the seats that are going to make Hakeem Jeffries the first black Speaker of the House. So there are many things that are happening tonight, and I think that everything, everywhere, all at once.
With that,
And all over your head at the same time.
I send it back to you, Rachel.
Joining us now from a tabulation center in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is NBC's own Shaquille Brewster. Shaquille, it is great to see you tonight. What have you been seeing? What are you seeing now?
Good to see you as well. Let me just set up where I am, because we are in downtown Milwaukee, and how Wisconsin counts the ballots, especially in these bigger cities like Milwaukee, is when you look at the early vote and when you look at the mail-in vote, they essentially all go to one location and they're counted, and then those results are posted all at once. And we just heard from the clerk that they are still working through these ballots, but we're likely not going to see the results from Milwaukee until the overnight hours. And you can see a little bit of the process. Just look at how wide open this entire room is. And we just got an update saying that clerks are working through some of the larger wards right now. So far, they processed about 80,000 ballots today. You see some of that processing going on right now as we speak. Once those ballots are processed, then they go into the tabulators, and then that's when they are finally tabulated and sent over to the county. Now, this is all important because there are about 107,000 ballots in this room alone for the state of Wisconsin. And when you talk to Republicans in this state, they are getting more and more optimistic. I'll tell you, they are very chatty right now, reaching out to us saying that, one, they don't think that Vice President Kamala Harris got enough vote out of Dane County. That's in Madison, big college area. But two, we know that Milwaukee is usually the last to post its results. And when you look at the margin right now in Wisconsin with Donald Trump currently ahead with about 100,000 votes, if I'm telling you there's only about 107,000 ballots here that will be posted later tonight, Republicans are pointing to that and saying that they are very skeptical that the vice president will be able to make up that total. So the votes are still being counted. There are other places where votes are outstanding right now, but it's because of what you're seeing here, the fact that we're waiting on a lot of these ballots to come, that Republicans in the state are saying they're very optimistic, guys.
Shaq Brewster for us in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be coming back to you, Shaq. And Parks has some follow-up questions, but I have to interrupt my own train of thought to bring you a call. For the second time this evening, NBC News is able to make a projection in a battleground state. NBC News now projects that in the battleground state of Georgia in the presidential race, Donald Trump has prevailed in the presidential race in Georgia. So again, of our swing states, we've got two called thus far in Georgia and in North Carolina per NBC News. That puts the electoral map at Donald Trump with 246 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris at 189 electoral votes. Again, both candidates aiming at 270. Of the seven of the seven states that we consider to be battleground states, two, North Carolina and Georgia, have been called by NBC News as of this hour. Both of them called for Donald Trump. Steve, over to you.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, two counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past. She's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close-fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer. But NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate race, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. This is the seat that is being left by Mitt Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney. It will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge because in the event of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district court, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of two Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone. That is already gone. But in terms of what could happen legislatively, the House would be in control of that, meaning they could prevent any of the worst things.
And let me just interject for a moment. We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily. Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris. But I think, actually, if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow, I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta. When Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 in the morning and I'm punchy. Like, mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right. The crowd, you can probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like. He did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come back tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd will be. There are a lot of unknowns in that statement. I do know that there was a lot of hand-wringing and consternation in her camp about when she should leave, about when she should start to head here. And her victory party, which was in another part of town, at what point they turned off the TV set and just piped up the music because the room was starting to get increasingly somber. So a lot of people here, I haven't had a chance to talk to people who expressed disappointment. There really is still a lot of people who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge, and a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called. But as you say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said, you know, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, you know, a little more than an hour ago. And she was telling people at that point, get some sleep. We'll continue to count these votes, and we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris, we, I imagine, are not freeing you to go sleep anytime soon. I imagine we may be back with you yet. But thank you for being there for us. It's much appreciated. Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks at Howard, you could see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything in terms of, you know, it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these things that everybody gamed out. Now, while we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math, sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy, I think.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving, and they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing, and this has also made me think a lot about the campaign team, and I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know, and Jen O'Malley Dillon has 3 little kids. She spent years electing Joe Biden. She stayed in the White House to be the deputy chief of staff. Then she went to the campaign and moved there to run this campaign. You have thousands of young people who have worked across the country because they believed in Joe Biden, and then they're like, we're here for Kamala Harris. We believe in this. We're fighting for democracy. We're fighting for abortion rights. All of those people are also sitting deflated and waiting at this moment, and maybe still hopeful too. But I've been thinking a lot about them as well, because it's been quite a 107, 200 days for them as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's important to say that, you know, anyone who has experienced or been in the United States for any period of time and experienced this country's history and knows it cannot have believed that it would be easy to elect a woman president, let alone a woman of color. Let's just be clear. And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign. She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out and endorsed. You know, I mean, she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true. And I think that the other piece that I think is really important to say to people, because this is where it gets dicey, is that the fact that we now have to wait for more vote to come in, that is how the process works. There is an absentee ballot that needs to come in and that must be counted, because those are also legitimate votes. This is where we get into that point where Donald Trump can do the thing Donald Trump does, which is to say, I like where we are right now, and anything that changes that, because there is still a chance that the absentee ballot, that the remaining ballot could change what's happening now. And so we need to be really, I think, vigilant and important in telling people and reminding people that until all the votes are counted and there's an actual call made, we don't have an outcome. And people going home at Howard, my concern would be that it feeds a disinformation, sort of doom loop that could be exploited by those who've been exploiting this campaign. We've had someone maybe with a Russia, VPN, or maybe in Russia, calling in death threats. And those death threats were going, let's be clear, to minority, black, and indigenous counties. Bomb threats. Bomb threats.
And 2 points on that. One, to reinforce what Joy is saying and what we know, but the truth bears repeating, we are counting all the votes and following the facts. We are not in a race to get the facts. We will follow them, and they will come when they come. We are not in a prediction contest. We're not in a probability contest. We're not in a is your needle right contest. We are going to do that. So that's number one, and we are committed to that. And I wish everyone was committed to that, but we've learned not everyone is. Full stop.
Why are you saying that? You sound like you're defending against something that other people are doing wrong.
I think there are a lot of folks out there that don't care about that, and so either they
don't care about the real result. They want to jump to it before we know it. I got you. Okay.
So that full stop. Then there's the journalism of what we're seeing right now in the last 10 minutes, and we are seeing where both campaigns are at, which doesn't mean they know the future, which is why I so laboriously made that point. But we've seen Donald Trump think he might win re-election and sound like that, and he lost. We saw the Hillary Clinton campaign, I say this in the most bipartisan way possible, on election even 16, really think they were going to win. So that's not predictive or dispositive, as the lawyers would say, but I stopped practicing. So it doesn't mean anything, really, but I will say in reporting it, what we just saw from the Harris campaign looks like their expectation is more pessimistic than optimistic. We didn't see them bring out a real fire breather who's acting like, hey, give us a little more time. We got this. It wasn't a long speech. It didn't even, and Jen can speak to this as can everyone on the panel, it didn't sound like a battle plan of here's the next 36 hours. It sounded more pessimistic. And on the flip side, and I don't mean this as an insult to Donald Trump, although it is a negative observation, the only time he's quiet and talks about things being fair is if he thinks he's already won.
Right. Yes.
When it's uncertain, he accuses everyone of cheating and undermines people's trust in this, which is unfortunate. And when he's losing, he's the loudest. And we all were at this table late night last cycle when we know in the end he lost, and he came out and did that. And so I just want to observe, and I'm sure many other people can add insights to this, that the Harris campaign sounds like that. And he is as quiet as we've seen him.
I think that's exactly what we're all observing. It's kind of the vibes that you're seeing from people rush out of a venue that you just saw Cedric Richmond speak at, and not Kamala Harris saying, I'm so proud to be the next president of the United States. I'm sure, well, I would bet, I should say, to be accurate, that they had debates internally, and you referenced this. Should she go out and speak? Should Tim Walz go out and speak? And there are different choices you make on campaigns. And this is not reflective of what the outcome is necessarily going to be. But in 2004, John Edwards went out and spoke, right?
They sent Edwards out.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
We all thought he was the great next hope. We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
I erased him from my memory, but it's like he didn't exist.
I'm returning him back. I'm sorry about that. We saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also speak then. You have discussions in the campaign about what message you're sending. So I do think, to your point, Ari, sending Cedric out there, who is not the candidate, not the vice presidential nominee, is trying to be more businesslike, right? Than sending a message that, guys, we don't want to keep you up till 5 in the morning. It's going to happen.
And not the running mate and not the campaign manager.
Let me interject for a moment. We do have a call. NBC News can project that in the presidential race in New Mexico, there is a winner, and the winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. We shall see. I think the Democrats were hoping they'd do so well they'd expand the map to Texas and Iowa, and they didn't win either of those either. At this point, we've got 2 of the 7 swing states called. They are North Carolina and Georgia, both called per NBC News for Donald Trump. We're still watching the results come in all of the other swing states. We're heading toward a 1 a.m. closing in Alaska. That'll be our last poll closing of the night. Steve, as we're heading toward that, what are you watching?
I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in. Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County, this is a biggie. Again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there. 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh.
Sorry, Steve. Yep. Didn't mean to catch off mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now as they both try to get to 270 electoral votes. Shazam! There it is. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at the, battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes between the two candidates, 86% of the vote in. In Arizona, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call, with 70% of the vote in Nevada. Looking at the Alaska House race, there's no Senate race right now in Alaska, but there is a House race in Alaska that is of interest, and is one of these races to watch in the country right now. In the Alaska House race, where Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola is trying to hold on to that seat, facing Nick Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich running in this race as a Republican, despite his family's Democratic history in the state. This race is, at this point, too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Now, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed, so there are pockets here where Trump can gain, too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in. The Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm going to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic, down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight, but look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations, that's where Trump's made gains.
Steve, thank you very much. Looking now at what remains outstanding, obviously we've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've also been talking about control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many contested House races that are going to come out, even just in California. And California, very proudly and with no compunction whatsoever, takes weeks to count.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll wait.
You'll wait, and it'll be really important for the country, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And they've done it that way for years in many cycles, and there's no fighting with them about it. Right now, at this hour, I understand that there are roughly 2 Democratic flips, meaning seats that were held by Republicans that are now held by Democrats, and roughly 4 Republican flips, seats that were held by Democrats that will in the future be held by Republicans. And so we'll look at some of those details, and we'll try to keep an eye on, look at all the uncalled races. There's tons of them here. But with a Republican-controlled Senate and with the sort of vibe check that we're getting from the 2 presidential campaigns, control of the House, as you mentioned, Chris, could become one of the most important things in the country.
And, let's go back to control of the Senate for a moment. It's only control of the Senate for 2 years. And in the next 2 years, the Democrats will have the advantage in the Senate campaign that the Republicans had this time, which is to say more Republicans will be defending incumbent seats against Democrat. More Republican seats will be exposed to being flipped. And so it is a 2-year hold by the Republicans as of now. And you know that starting sometime tomorrow, Chuck Schumer is going to be working on how to get that back in 2 years.
There is, you mentioned the judges, which is such an important generational piece of this, but in that 2 years, there's also the confirmation of nominees. And if it's Kamala Harris sitting in the White House, it's going to become extremely difficult to get nominees through.
Let alone judges.
Let alone judges. It's true. It's the flip side. If Trump is in the White House, some of these nominees, and this might be, we don't know where things will be, an interesting thing to watch, might be very easy to get through, or maybe people like, there might be some who feel they're at risk in 2 years, and maybe they'll surprise us. But will have a huge impact. Some of the people that Trump would nominate might get through, even if there should be greater concern.
And there's something you should also remember, David Jolly made this point when he was on with me the other day, is that Vice President Harris's coalition, this broad coalition she built that includes the Liz Cheneys of the world and the Adam Kinzinger, her allies are not in power. They're mostly, members who are now turfed out.
Yeah.
So the actual existing House, the current House majority, is very Trumpy. It's very far right wing.
Led by Mike Johnson, who led the coup.
And so even if you had like a narrow Democratic majority, it would be incumbent upon Hakeem Jeffries. He would have to do what Speaker Pelosi has been able to do, which is to navigate a narrow majority, because it doesn't look like either side, either way, would have a very large majority.
If the Democrats take the House, which again, it's going to be a while, everybody settle in, Jamie Raskin will be the chairman of the Oversight Committee. And there will be people like that who will take on outsized leadership roles and help guide through to be a check on if there's a Trump in the White House with Senate controlled by Republicans. And that could be an interesting dynamic of this that people are undervaluing at this moment.
I just wanted to add one note of explanation about why California can take as long as it does. They actually don't have all the ballots tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ballots can arrive in California, I think, as much as 7 days after Election Day, but for several days after Election Day. So once they get all the ballots in a very, very close House race, then we can start to get to it. But it's not like they're sitting around being slow about it. They literally are waiting for some ballots to arrive later this week.
Yeah, and it's the culture in California. There's no drama about this in California. It's not like people are gnashing their teeth in the state going, why is it taking so long? Everybody knows that they can still receive ballots 7 days after Election Day and have them counted. Yeah.
I want to say one more point about checks, because there's a sort of saying you've heard for years in the world of sort of the, democratic development about democracy is more than elections. And the reason I think that's an important statement to think about is it's possible we don't know what the night is going to bring. The Senate, we've called for Republicans. Donald Trump is currently up in Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he would be the next president of the United States. The House, we're not going to know for weeks. But it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta, as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there can be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before. Donald Trump won an election in 2016. He got a Republican House. He got a Republican Senate. They were all fired up, and they were going to repeal Obamacare, and they tried twice, and it didn't work. There was a lot of things they wanted to do, and they didn't work because, basically, of the other parts of what American democratic culture is. And that was an important and meaningful lesson for the vibrancy of the American democratic experiment, and there's been lots of tests of and threats to that in the intervening years, but those are, no one gets elected those things tonight. We're not going to make a call about those parts of civil society, those institutions, what citizens do. Those things are there on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, no matter who gets called where, and in some ways, those are some of the most important attributes of American democracy.
And governors.
Sure.
Is another important part of this. And there are some incredible Democratic governors out there who are overseeing in big important states like California and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Maryland. And they become part of the defense of democracy and the defense of rights, and they take on a big role,
right? Because if you're talking about policies like mass deportations, if you're living in a red state, you're more exposed in a way than you would be if you're living in a state with a governor who intends to protect you. And so I think, these are the questions. And again, we're not there yet, and we haven't gotten to that yet. But those are the things that people would then have to think about is where, where you live then suddenly becomes very important to what actual rights you have as a citizen.
Let me interject just for a moment. We have a change in a characterization. This is not a projection of a winner, but in Nevada, we had previously had word from NBC News that this race was too early to call. Now in Nevada, in the presidential race, it is too close to call. You see 70% of the Nevada vote in, a difference of just under 40,000 votes between the two candidates. Similarly, in the Nevada Senate race, the previous characterization by NBC News had been in this Senate race that it was too early to call. But now in the Nevada Senate race, this is too close to call. This is Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen facing Republican challenger Sam Brown. It is too close to call, and boy, is it. Look at that, 70% of the vote in Nevada. The difference between these two candidates, just barely 3,000 votes. Look at that, 483,000 and something versus 480,000 and something. A very close and therefore too close to call race in Nevada in that Senate race. And again, that's crucial not just to the future of Jackie Rosen versus Sam Brown. It's crucial in terms of what the margin's going to be in the Senate, which has all sorts of material consequences for what the Republicans are going to be sort of capable of doing there. Ari, I interrupted you.
Oh, well, we were going around doing this new exercise. We're not there yet, but.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd throw one in.
Okay, good. Hit it.
No, I say it every time, right?
Yeah.
We're not there yet.
But
we have now NBC's called a Republican Senate. Donald Trump has busted through his past ceiling and is doing very well, better than he ever has before in the national trends. And then we have several races that are too close to call, as Rachel just reminded us. So we're not there yet. But in the event that you would have another Trump term, you then have a very important thing that happens in democracies that builds on what you each were saying, which is, what did you vote for? Did you vote for a different economy? Did you vote for things that were promised to you to fix prices and inflation, for populist agenda? Other things? Were you told that changes to certain international policies would benefit you in your own community? And just as we talked about the reaction to inflation, how many years that takes, and here's some of what people said, democracy and the economy really out front there in people's own estimations today of their biggest issue. And do you find in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, none of those things are being addressed, or none of those real-world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating what I think looks like a very significant set of outcomes. But if people voted for the economy and other improvements and they don't get them quickly, there's no reason to think that they and others in the country will suddenly be just at peace with the non-delivery of that. The energy that's against Washington and incumbents and some of these things can just shift on to the next incumbents. We have had waves of angst from 15, 16, through the first term, where the Democrats came back in the midterms, through the COVID era, and through the recent era. And so that's another piece here is, did the person you elect deliver on anything they told you would get better in your life?
I'm just advised, can I ask the control room if we have somebody to go to on this? I think you just told me that we do. Thank you very much. We think that Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump is on his way to go address his supporters. Trump would be on his way to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We don't know exactly the plans or exactly the timing for the plans, but that's why we're lucky enough to be able to check in with NBC's own Vaughn Hilliard, who is at Trump's election night headquarters in Florida. Vaughn, what are you seeing?
Hey, Rachel, we're in West Palm Beach. He, it's our understanding, is beginning to make his way from his Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach here to West Palm, to the convention center, where I am told by a campaign official that he is set to speak soon. They were waiting, the campaign was, for North Carolina and Georgia to be called and they were hopeful that they would be able to see a trajectory that was beneficial to them in the state of Pennsylvania before Donald Trump were to come and make his remarks. It's not clear whether he intends to declare victory here or not, or signal that the votes are coming in and they feel like they are in a good position. But this, when talking to folks that worked in his first administration White House, former staffers that are here, as well as other political allies, there are folks that are already talking about potential jobs in Washington. They say they don't want to jinx it or get ahead of themselves, but there's a great many staff members that have been working here in Palm Beach that have their eyes on working in a second Trump administration. I talked to Roger Stone, the longtime friend and informal advisor to Donald Trump, who was over at the Mar-a-Lago estate where Trump was joined by the likes of Elon Musk and UFC's Dana White, as well as others who have really helped lift him up politically in the last months, including individuals like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. It was a closer group of family and allies that were at the Mar-a-Lago estate watching these results come in before now, to our understanding, Donald Trump is making his way here. And Roger Stone, I mention him because really he's seen through 60 years of the Republican Party, and this is a moment in which I asked him very directly, you know, again, I understand that we are still counting votes here at this time, but at the least bit, there is a part of the American electorate that has chosen to elevate somebody like Donald Trump potentially back to the White House. And I asked Roger Stone, what did he make of this for the history books of watching after 9 years of America become acquainted with Donald Trump, somebody who is so transparently brash and somebody who is so willing to denigrate his perceived enemies. And the way that he phrased it to me was, quote, "How very American. No one argues that he's perfect. No one is perfect, but he's genuine. He's not a construct or handled or managed. We embrace the imperfect. We're Americans." That's Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is on his way now here at a moment, of course, that would potentially in the days ahead lead to many conversations about the potential policy impact of what a Trump White House with a Republican Congress could look at. But for now, of course, there are ballots still to be counted in several battleground states before Donald Trump would be able to decisively declare victory. But nonetheless, he plans to take the stage behind me here, just a few miles from his Mar-a-Lago estate, the place that he has all but camped out and over the last 4 years, ever since that January attack, and not attending the inauguration of Joe Biden, moving to Florida in isolation, rising back up to prove his prominence in the Republican Party by helping get MAGA allies of his elected in the 2022 midterms. And Donald Trump here today about to take the stage at a moment in which he and his team feel like they have politically proved from these early results that he is in a good position here. Guys.
Vaughn, I don't know if you can hear me. I know there's big cheers going up from the crowd there. You had mentioned at the outset of your remarks that they had wanted to see the results in Georgia and North Carolina, and they had wanted to see things going their way in Virginia before he spoke. He did not win Virginia. Do you know anything about the calculus as to have him speaking anyway without another state that they were watching for under their belt?
Right. Apologies for misspeaking on my part. I meant Pennsylvania, where we go back to 4 years ago, of course. It was Steve Bannon that urged Donald Trump to prematurely declare victory. Donald Trump at 2 a.m. on election night in 2020, he did exactly that. We asked, our colleague Jake Traylor asked Donald Trump earlier today inside of the West Palm Gymnasium where he voted whether he would potentially acknowledge that it may take several days to count ballots and be willing to acknowledge that he may not be able to declare victory tonight. He did affirmatively say that he understood that we may not know the results at this point in time based off of MBC's, another news organization. We have not called it. But of course, Donald Trump has shown an eagerness to, in 2012, in 2016, in 2018, 2020, in 2022, to declare victories even when news organizations have declared otherwise. So, of course, we expect now in a matter of minutes here, guys, to hear directly from the former president.
Vaughn Hilliard for us in Florida. Thank you very much, Vaughn. We'll be back with you as the night progresses. As Vaughn was just reporting there, Trump has been watching election returns at his home at Mar-a-Lago, which I used to call a golf club, and then I learned there's no golf there.
Nope.
No, wrong one. He's on his way from there by car to the convention center there in Palm Beach, and we expect him to be addressing that exultant crowd So we shall see. I mean, presumably he's going to declare victory. We thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things look, we assume that he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see what those remarks are.
Yeah, I mean, Ari made this point before, which I thought was a really smart one, about how he's loudest when thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks he's winning, at least in terms of what was coming out of that operation. I mean, Trump has this sort of he could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. You know, he will sometimes talk about things like unity, or they'll try to keep him on unity in a prompter speech for like a few sentences.
Yeah. I'm not expecting a lot of
I'm not expecting that. I'm not expecting that. I'm just preparing people. There are these sort of brief glimmers of when his handlers have sort of puffed him up enough where he does that. He may just, riff about 1980s movies. Well, I mean, you really never know.
Or sharks?
Alex.
I feel like there's an aspect to all of this. It's 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning here, and some people are going to go to sleep. Not us, of course. But in Western Europe and in the UK and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
Oh, and they are.
And I'm thinking the people who are going to wake up to Donald Trump's remarks tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Zelensky and the people of Poland and people in Gaza and people in Tel Aviv and
I've already gotten texts from Ghana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about, as a friend of a friend said, maps being redrawn in Western Europe if Donald Trump is president. I mean, we think about the implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is at a hinge point. And, this is very much an election about the global world order. And I think we shouldn't forget, like, as we are kind of trying to think about how to go to bed and grapple with all of this, there's another side of the world that's waking up to this and is trying to figure out what this may mean, not just for America, but for them.
May I reiterate, there are 2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall. None of those states called by NBC News. Neither has Nevada nor Arizona. What has been called is Senate control, and of course we can read the campaigns in terms of what they are saying without saying anything yet.
Yeah.
And it's 8:25 a.m. in Kyiv, where people they wake up earlier than that, and they are very worried as they look at where this election stands at this hour.
And you've seen, there was a whole sort of conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member, the state senator in Georgia, who was going to be the speaker had they allowed it to happen, also endorsed and supported her. But the irony is you did have Tiffany Trump's husband, who's Lebanese American, and others go in and try to really push Arab and Muslim American voters. Stephen Miller was crowing about it, to try to push Arab and Muslim voters in the state of Michigan to go for Trump. The irony of that, of course, is nobody wanted Donald Trump to be president. Nobody wants Donald Trump to be president more than Bibi Netanyahu, who is backed by a far-right coalition that would like to clear-cut Gaza, that would, would truly like to complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And so the consequences, ironically, for those, I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, who's been a staunch supporter of the Palestinian rights movement, came out in favor of Harris as well. And so I think, we don't know that this would be the case, but I think that's one of the interesting questions, is that the outcome for people in Gaza and in Lebanon, if Trump were to become president, would be absolutely devastating. It would be everything Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do for 30 years, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon. And so I think for people who care about that issue and who that was their voting issue, it would be highly ironic if the outcome, it was literally to make it far worse than the Biden administration has made it.
And to Alex's point about the sort of reckoning that's happening, or at least just sort of like thinking through the possibilities, right, that are happening. Obviously, like there's like intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. Like there are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour. But those conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level, with enormous stakes at play in both the Middle East and in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got America switching sides in the Ukraine-Russia war to instead support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support the aggressor, to support Russia. If you've got ongoing secret communications eaten out of government between the Republican nominee and the person who funded his campaign and led his ground game, right? Both of whom are communicating with the Russian government without reporting that information to the U.S. government. And on top of that, you've got reporting from the New York Times that they're considering, once there is a second Trump administration, if it happens, to stop performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests and is currently under indictment, and who has reportedly been put at the top of a short list to be White House counsel. And he is the one who has proposed getting rid of all background checks for security clearances, which means handing out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world since World War II. You are not going to have continued sharing of information with a new administration that has an open line with Vladimir Putin. And that is going to essentially be willing to handle classified information the way the man who was indicted for handling it the way he did at Mar-a-Lago at the top, and with handling security clearances the way they've purportedly described. It's just going to be, that's something that'll happen.
It's a different world.
That will happen during the transition. That's not something that happens in January. And if we're at that level, if that's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage, the idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right? Yeah. Because it puts Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature. Right? That's one of the things they do, from Orban to Putin to everybody else. You have a Potemkin legislature that's not allowed to actually do anything, and you do that when your opponents still have some foothold there. But that's just going to push those questions right to the very front, very fast. And I, for one, am glad to have a little breathing room before we get there.
Well, and the other piece, if Stephanie was here, she would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market, you think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world, and the rest of the world counts on political stability here to help to create political and financial stability globally. So, I mean, and these are the things that people who are voting, on very pecuniary, very particular issues, the price of eggs, I'm voting on this one thing. It's not something you have to think about. It's not your job to think about it, right? You're thinking about the things you want or who you vibe with as a candidate, but the implications of who is the American president go far beyond, right, who you like and who you prefer performatively in that White House. It matters for the stability of our currency. It matters for the stability of our economy. And if our economy cannot survive an unstable White House, well, then everyone will suffer. Everyone who's thinking they're going to get, $1 a gallon gas. Welcome to the world in which the United States is an unstable, unreliable country with whom Western Europe cannot ally. Welcome to the world in which the United States is seen as maybe a threat to global security. And these are the things. It's not that it's any voter's job to think about it. Yeah. But somebody's going to think about it.
The last profile, the Vanity Fair James Pogue profile of Steve Bannon Bannon that ran the last profile of him before the election, which ran while he was in prison before he got out. The sort of culminating point of it is that Bannon's dream for the second Trump presidency is to get rid of the dollar.
Yes.
And so, like, if that's the kind of
crypto,
oh yeah,
just crypto.
But that the dollar should no longer be the world's reserve currency, and that in fact maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And so, like, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're
I'm
at.
open to eliminating the penny. But that's as far as we want to
try to
go.
get rid of that forever.
Daylight savings, let's go.
Well, and you have, multiple Senate seats, at least one that we've called, actually being purchased, in a sense, just straight out by people who are crypto multimillionaire. That class of sort of U.S. oligarch is actually not anymore just funding the candidates they want. They're just going to be the candidates they want. And so you're now seeing the U.S. go in a position so much more like the oligarchy that it started out as, that it does make you wonder sort of what does that look like if the U.S. goes very far in the direction of a Hungary? What does it look like? Because Hungary is a small economy. Russia is a tiny economy. I think it's like smaller than Texas' economy. We're the United States. If our structure, our political structure, our social structure, and our economic structure is more like Hungary, Katie bar the door on what that does to the global economic outlook.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is looking at ongoing returns in Pennsylvania. Steve, are we at 94% in Pennsylvania? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots. In the 2022 midterm, this is in Philadelphia, in the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which, again, I'll show you, 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here, Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania, that's looking like close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional.
Steve, can we look at Pennsylvania Senate before we leave the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9 to 48 flip. flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals, but while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable, just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now.
Steve, while we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak to his supporters in Palm Beach, I'm going to put you to work a little bit on a couple more Senate races, if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take, either Wisconsin, Michigan, take your pick.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time. So this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
Okay, so parallels there. Can we look at Michigan?
Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties, where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin, essentially, for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. You've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind, Steve, could we go to Arizona?
Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too. In the presidential, okay, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day votes night, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. It's a 6-point deficit for Kari Lake there with what's been counted in the Senate race. And it's a 1-point deficit, or a little bit less than a 1-point deficit for Kamala Harris. So we suspected Arizona might be the state where the Republican Senate candidate Kari Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up, Nevada.
Yeah.
Okay, again, now in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, again, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. And I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
Steve, can I ask you, again, you can say no, because I know I'm overworking you, but can we talk about some of the uncalled presidential states?
Yeah.
Can we talk about, you had focused in on New Jersey a little while ago. I'd be interested in New Jersey, also in New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire, now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. You know, statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But you know, some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground in 2020. He had won it by about 25, fell down to about 20 points in 2020. And you see he has got it back up to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points, you know, came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town here, pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back. Not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, you know, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here, big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, you know, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. Now, that's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump, but you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire.
Last one I'm going to ask you about, Steve, and I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going to. Minnesota.
Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota. Now, 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet, compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. You know, he got, remember, Pennsylvania he flipped, Michigan he flipped, Wisconsin he flipped, on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You know, you talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, you know, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So, look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
Steve Kornacki, that was me putting you through your paces. None of that stuff we had worked out in advance. You did it all off the top of your head. You're quite amazing. We're going to give you a break. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back right on the other side of this. Stay with us. Welcome back to our coverage of the presidential election. It is 1:52 a.m., which means we're obviously at our best. At this point, 2 of the 7 swing states have been called by NBC News. North Carolina and Georgia have both been projected as having been won by Republican candidate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democratic side, the campaign that had posted up at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the alma mater of Democratic candidate Kamala Harris, the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, came out and told the assembled crowd there, as our correspondent told us, as Michelle Norris told us, the increasingly somber crowd there told them basically to go home, that Vice President Harris would not be making any remarks tonight, that she will be speaking both to Howard University and to the nation tomorrow. And so that sort of ended the event, at least, the physical in-person event for the Harris campaign tonight at Howard University. On the Republican side, Donald Trump has been watching election returns at his home/private club/membership club thing at Mar-a-Lago, and has since moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns, and they are now preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going to speak or exactly what the character of his remarks will be. Our own Vaughn Hilliard is at the convention center. He's been covering the Trump campaign throughout this, for the duration, and has been there tonight as that crowd has become increasingly exuberant and excited about the results that they're seeing in this race. Vaughn, what are you expecting, if anything, if you have any reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
Right, Rachel. I think it's notable, number one, that he's waiting to take the stage. Of course, the hope from this campaign is that this race would be completely called in his favor and he would be declared the 47th president-elect of the United States of America. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia, I was told, were 2 states that they were specifically waiting to be called before he took the stage. NBC News has called both of those states. And when you're looking at the battleground data that is coming in through the Midwest, right now the Trump campaign officials are telling us that they're very eager about the direction that this is going. And I think it's important to kind of scene set for everybody what this event venue looks like tonight. Donald Trump, he was first watching the results come in alongside the likes of UFC's Dana White, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his Mar-a-Lago estate, Roger Stone, other close family, friends, and allies and campaign advisors. Of course, after the January 6th insurrection, there were a great many staffers from that White House that left Trump world. And those that stuck around at Mar-a-Lago as he sort of existed down here in Florida in isolation, it's those folks who 3.5 years later are the ones here in West Palm Beach at the convention center, about to celebrate alongside Donald Trump as he either declares victory or gives the indication that he intends to in the days ahead. You're talking about the likes of Rudy Giuliani, who is here. You're talking about Roger Stone. These are folks that have really stood by Donald Trump through these years, and it's not Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis who are going to be joining him on stage, but it's those loyalists, including at the staff level, that are going to be the ones that take his side here tonight. We expect J.D. Vance, who we are told went from Mar-a-Lago here in the motorcade with Donald Trump. J.D. Vance, who 8 years ago was on our own air, saying that the country should be warned about what Donald Trump could potentially do to this country, referring to him as America's Hitler. But in 2022, he ultimately ran with the Trump endorsement. And since then, he has been by his side. We are going to see J.D. Vance here take the stage alongside Donald Trump. So there's a lot at play when we're looking at what this administration could very well look like, guys, from the extent to aid to Ukraine, from Elon Musk and whether he actually takes a role in this federal government. Elon Musk himself has said that he intends to cut the federal budget by 1/3. That's $2 trillion. Of course, you have conversation around Social Security, defense spending, Medicaid and Medicare. You have the likes of conversations that go at the use of the Department of Justice. Steve Bannon has been airing his podcast, War Room, from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., alongside the likes of Jeffrey Clark, of course, who was the individual that Donald Trump had tried to install as Attorney General after the 2020 election when he was trying to hold on to power. And so for Donald Trump, he and his team, they have made the case for the last years that the country was by his side, not only the Republican Party, but they were going to effectively be able to build the MAGA movement. And so far, what our data has shown us is that he was able to grow support among voters of color, the young voters. And for him and his coalition, he did it while acting as his unvarnished self, denigrating his opponents, suggesting that prosecutors that went after him should be jailed. This weekend, suggesting that members of the press, that he would be fine with them being shot. There's a reckoning here of whether Donald Trump is ultimately called the victor in this race or not. Of course, the ballots are going to be counted, but at a minimum, the MAGA movement has grown over the course of 9 years, and we have watched it up close, and Donald Trump feels like this Republican Party is not only his, but also the American electorate here has given him a resounding head nod that they back his intended use of a greater executive office and a teaming up with a Republican Congress potentially that could very well pass the MAGA agenda that Donald Trump has been clearly outlining for the American public over the course of these last years. Rachel.
Vaughn, in terms of what happens next, one of the things that's been sort of an unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head around, and the reporting on it has been really fuzzy, is that the Trump campaign didn't participate, at least didn't seem to participate in any of the standard transition things that campaigns are supposed to do. The way the transition process is structured, it's supposed to be set up so that if either candidate from either major party wins, each of them already has plenty of runway, plenty of on-ramp, plenty of ability to integrate their transition team seamlessly into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one sort of seamlessly. The Trump campaign has refused to do any of that. And in fact, Trump has refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign itself. And so part of the question here is how well stood up are they as a professional organization in order to take on the responsibilities of governing if that is in fact what's going to happen here?
Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two co-chairs of the Transition Project, and I was talking with Howard Lutnick, who insisted to me just the other day that he has been engaged in phone calls with the litany of not only top executives but other political allies, as Donald Trump will make very clear who he intends to surround himself with in this administration. But you've also seen members of Congress, but also people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling with him on the campaign trail. You know, I covered the transition 8 years ago when Donald Trump was living at Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan at the time, and a great many people came up and down those elevators to meet with him. We could see, I'm told, a similar operation taking place here out of Palm Beach, Florida, and Mar-a-Lago, effectively serving as the transition office. office. I was talking to one potential staffer who was indicating to me that they could envision sort of half of the operation being here, the other half being in Washington, D.C. I think that this is, Rachel, a transition here that, one, Donald Trump has been very keen and very specific that he would intend to only have loyalists around here. And of course, Johnny McEntee, who is a part of Project 2025, used to be his director of personnel in the White House. They were building a database in which they were taking essentially applications from potential MAGA political appointees. There's about 3,000 political appointees in the executive branch that are appointed by the President of the United States. And I've been told that that database still exists. And to the extent that the transition team would like to use it, it could be made available to them. And when you're looking at J.D. Vance as being the vice presidential pick, it was back in 2021. I remember listening to his podcast while he was actually running for the U.S. Senate in Ohio. And I was driving through Ohio listening to quite a lengthy podcast. And he talked about the federal civil workforce and his intent, believing that most of the civil workforce should be fired, saying that, in his words, that 95% of them were liberals and that they should be replaced with individuals who pledged to uphold the Trump agenda, as he was foreshadowing a second Trump administration come 2025. Of course, J.D. Vance has been a little bit more cagey about those previous statements, but there are allies from Project 2025, J.D. Vance, who have suggested that they want to ensure that there are more loyal civil servants. And Schedule F was something that was actually signed, an executive order by Donald Trump just before he left the White House in 2020, which would have effectively allowed potentially thousands, if not tens of thousands, of federal civil servant jobs to be turned into political appointments. And so the anticipation is that Donald Trump would sign a similar executive order to give his executive branch greater authority to make more federal career employees a political appointee so that they could be more easily removed. There's a lot of layers to this, Rachel. I know that you guys are not naive to the conversations of what a federal or what the executive branch under Donald Trump could look like, but they have made the case, people like Jeffrey Clark and Steve Bannon, that everything from the Department of Justice on down should be directed by the President of the United States. The President is the chief executive, and therefore what the departments and agencies that fall under the President, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is, if Donald Trump is declared the 47th President of the United States, it's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask questions about exactly whether people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. are actually going to be tasked with overseeing the U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially vaccine policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Don Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket. In terms of what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there while we are speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped and waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when Trump's remarks will happen, but we expect that it could be any moment now. Chris Hayes, with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And, you know, one of the jobs that we all have in the media is to be truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. You know, Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States decided, and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network, it looks possible that Donald Trump might emerge with a popular vote majority when all the votes.
We won't know for a long time.
We won't know for a long time, but this is not outside the realm of possibility. The Electoral College looks strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won the election. And the reason I say that is because we've spent many years talking about democracy and its vibrancy and the importance of the peaceful transfer of power. We had a violent insurrection staged against the constitutional order by the man we're expecting to speak here, who urged his supporters to march to that Capitol, where they assaulted police officers and attempted to essentially steal power away from the majority of the country that had voted for Joe Biden. It's really important to note that while I believe that institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won. And that's what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, the Electoral College, have said. And that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
Steph, go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016,
Yes.
Many people in this country said, you know, I'm sick of the system. I want something different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020, this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose. To vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election. In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity. People knew him as a television star. People knew him from TV. And that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. Calling a powerful woman the B word. His running mate calling Kamala Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash. We're going to take out the trash. Vowing to arrest his supporters, you know, talking about Liz Cheney being shot in the face. I mean, and so it's not as if this was a surprise being pulled on the American people. This was a very clear message. It was not done through a ground game. This was Elon Musk doing a fake lottery in Pennsylvania. This was not a ground game situation. This was nothing to do with Kamala Harris's campaign, which was, again, flawlessly run in 100 days. And so that wasn't the reason for the choice. And so whatever the reason for the choice was, a choice is made, and then you get what you chose. And so if Donald Trump then does what he has promised to do, people need to understand that he didn't pull one over on the American people when he does it. If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a majority of voters.
And the media didn't get snookered. And the media didn't get snookered on his policies or Elon Musk. Just 2 nights ago, Rachel laid out for our audience the national security risk and the conflicts that Elon Musk poses. This isn't well, the media let, you know, all of those surrogates on TV and you got... All of it has been laid out, and this is what was chosen.
Look, I'll just say one thing, I think. one of the weird axes that sort of developed over the course of this campaign, to your point about sort of choices, was a sort of pro-system, anti-system dynamic. And one of the very intentional cultivations of the Trump campaign was the kind of anti-system people. Like, you bring RFK into your coalition to get his voters, right? Like, the sort of, you know, the conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like, it's all corrupt and it's all rigged and it's all wrong. And that axis, you know, has ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing. But I would also say that, like, the valence of that should also be viewed in the context of a international situation in which we have seen incumbent parties in just about every developed democracy across the ideological spectrum, left, right, and center, get their butts kicked coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation. The Labour Party in the UK, which couldn't win an election for 20 years, it was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government.
Massively.
Massively in the context of and when you polled voters in the exit polls in the election that Labour won for the first time in basically 2 decades, they said they didn't like the cost of living, they didn't like the economy. It's true in a whole bunch of countries across the world. So, like, there is a context here that we've seen from democratic republics and publics across the country. That is a huge part of this. And then the last thing I would just say is, like, it was a 4-point swing from 2020. And majorities matter because they matter for democracy, and they matter because we care about democracy, and we care about all of us choosing together what we do. But it's going to end up being about a 4 or 5 point swing.
But by the way, it's a 4-point swing, and it's not even across the board.
No.
Because it does appear that Vice President Harris did really well with young voters, with the voters who have the most at stake, who are going to have to live with the consequences of this in a way that they can do the least about. At least if these early sort of exits are accurate, it's 18 to 29-year-olds and 30 to 34-year-olds with whom she did the best. And she also did well with seniors who understand the consequences of things like losing Roe. Unfortunately, we're talking about my generation, the generation that grew up under Trump, that were his sort of fan base.
The Gen Xers.
In the Gen Xers, who were his fan base for The Apprentice, are the one constituency, but it's a big group. They're now larger as a share of the electorate than seniors. And so, there you go.
I mean, I would just say, I remember when Obama was reelected in 2012, and for both that president and the people that work for him, in many ways, the reelection was much more meaningful than the initial election because it was basically an affirmation that it wasn't an aberration, right? That he was someone the country wanted and wanted again. And I think when you have a result like this, potentially, it's obviously not concluded. We're still waiting for more count. But if Donald Trump is reelected, given the entire history that you outlined, Stephanie, that we've talked about a lot on this network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a real movement with potentially legs. J.D. Vance is 20 years old, not really, but he's young, you know. There is a real question about the sort of tenets of MAGAism that exists beyond Donald Trump that I think people need to take seriously, both in terms of their threat and the weight that they pull on American democracy.
One thing I would add to that, which I totally agree with, is that in the specific case of Donald Trump, we will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go at the moment as we wait for him to speak, we will be inaugurating a lame duck president for the first time since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century. Now, that's a strange thing.
That's the only other time we've done it.
It's the only other time we did it, and the political dynamics around that are completely new and untested because of the question of political capital, the question of legacy, the question of how the people in that room read their mandate. And what I will say is this. The people in that room right now, the Vivek Ramaswamis and the RFKs, they are going to read this as an enormous, bold mandate. They are going to read this as a mandate to do whatever they want. They're going to read it as a mandate on abortion, which the political coalition of the right is going to push extremely hard for because they're going to show up tomorrow at Mar-a-Lago and say, see,
especially after
they're with
Florida
us on
couldn't
abortion.
protect women there.
Push on abortion, national abortion ban. They're going to read this mandate broadly. And I'm telling you, to the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in that, which I'm telling you right now in that room, they are feeling it and they're thinking about it. But again, nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And Trump sometimes is the action, and sometimes he's the reaction. And we've seen him on both sides of that coin. And he's neither a complete idiot nor a genius. And that's where we find ourselves tonight.
While we've been talking, we do have some results that I can share with you. You just mentioned some of the abortion referendums. We have projections on those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already, in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri. We've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures that were on the ballot in front of those voters. They have passed in all 3 of those states. So this is Nevada. You see the yes vote here for right to an abortion, question 6 on the Nevada ballot with 62 to 38. So that passes in Nevada. That is the projection. In Arizona, we have similarly the Arizona abortion rights measure, Proposition 139, right to an abortion. Look, similar margin there. 63% vote in Arizona in favor of abortion rights. Pretty stunning result there. And also a third one in Missouri, in deep red Missouri, where they have both elected Donald Trump president tonight and also, or cast their electoral votes for Donald Trump and reelected Josh Hawley. You see, even in deep red Missouri, a 52-48 win, at least with 97% of the vote counted, a majority win and a win, a yes, for the right to an abortion in the Missouri state constitution.
But is that not a greater incentive? Because you did hear J.D. Vance, I believe it was J.D. Vance who said that you can't have a state, you can't have different abortion rules in California than you have.
He said he'd like to see a national ban.
And so I think those who want a national ban are going to want that more.
They're going to push very hard
because the idea of women in Missouri being able to protect themselves, and not. I just do not see the forced birth movement being satisfied with the idea that the states get to decide. And so I think the conversation about a national abortion ban just got a lot more important.
I think it's actually much less likely because of these votes tonight, because these Republicans can count those votes, and they can count 57% of the vote in the state of Florida. They know how to count that. The Senate is going to have a new Republican majority leader, probably John Thune. He is not going to want to bring an abortion ban through the United States Senate. Very unlikely that they would try to even get it through the House. Donald Trump will tell them, don't do it. We've seen the way Donald Trump plays the abortion game. He says what he thinks the right wing really wants to hear to the extent that he needs to get those votes. But we've also seen him be very afraid of the consequences of this and very afraid of what's happened. And that Trump chant all year, which is, it's gone back to the states, it's gone back to the states. That's what you want. I believe that would be the Trump White House position on this. I think he's made himself, clear enough about.
I will say I agree with you that I don't think they'll try to do it through legislation, but I think that his right-wing commitments will be that he'll do it through executive action, essentially by putting, brainworm guy or whatever at the FDA and saying, okay, you can no longer have abortion medications. They'll use the Comstock Act. They'll use other measures that they can do without having to have legislative fingerprints on it, but so they can still tell their right-wing. The right wing to whom they owe so much of their organizing efforts that they've done it.
Because to your point, there's a midterm that will be coming shortly, 2 years from now, in which evangelical voters who've stood down on the abortion issue could come back up. And if those Republicans want to be reelected, there's going to be a demand. What was it called? The Susan B. Anthony. Those folks are going to be demanding a national abortion ban, whether it's done through executive action or legislation.
Both the Republican Speaker and a Republican Majority Leader of the Senate will both know that the way for us to lose both of these bodies is to pass this bill. That's the way to lose it, and they won't do it.
Well, and you also saw this weird phenomenon. These states are red states in large part, or they have elected Donald Trump, or they've gone for a Republican Senate candidate, and they've also enshrined the right to an abortion. And what that tells you is the mixed messaging from Republicans or Donald Trump worked to some degree, but also potentially that the abortion referenda acted as kind of a permission structure, maybe for voters who understood, I know Trump says a lot of controversial stuff. This is a way for me to effectively have my cake and eat it too. Be on the record supporting abortion rights, the right to bodily autonomy, but securing them, and then also voting for Trump because potentially, theoretically, he has my economic.
I'm not defending it, but the other things that seem to matter to a lot of people, right, were the economy, immigration, and again, I'm not saying it's my view, and wokeism. And many people felt like their voice wasn't getting heard, right? So immigration is no longer an issue just at the border. And obviously, nobody is eating dogs and cats in Springfield. However, there are many, many people in communities around the country that do feel like their cities and towns are strapped. Their resources are at capacity. And while they don't want mass deportations, they're saying, I'm going to roll the dice and see what Trump is going to do because not enough has happened. Now, what a lot of those voters might now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system, so you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up. Well, giddy up. Look what you're about to get.
Can I also say something about the uncharted territory that we appear to be on the precipice of? One of the things we saw with Joe Biden, who was, when sworn in, the oldest man up to that point to be sworn in as President of the United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the pictures of Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama before and after. We all know the job ages you. Now, that was very clear with Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he was already at advanced age, it really took a toll. We've never had someone this old about to be sworn in.
Certainly one who has not released any detailed medical information since 2019.
Or his taxes.
So we are in, again, there's a lot of uncharted territory, but this is one of the places, I mean, we all heard him in the campaign, and I have to say, at 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job, and to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, and a lot of time on the golf course, which he absolutely will, I just don't know what that is going to mean for how he does the job. I mean, the big concern that they ran on in the spring about Joe Biden was that he had lost the capacity to do the job. That was the argument against Joe Biden, and fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden left the ticket. The exact same reality of aging exists now with the man who it appears will be the oldest man ever to
And then the question becomes of how much of the responsibilities get outsourced to people like Elon Musk, who have tremendous power, to people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Ackman, who's already crowing all over Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort, and who Donald Trump would presumably rely upon. I mean, the idea, as you said, of RFK Jr. having tremendous power and also maybe tremendous leeway, because it's not, Donald Trump was not exactly an involved supervisor of the federal government the first time. And so, perhaps he spends a lot of time. I mean, he wants the office because he wants the accolade of the office. He wants the respect and he wants the power and he wants to be lauded and he doesn't want to be sentenced, which now it's very clear he can pardon himself because the Supreme Court has made it clear he has broad power and likely he's gotten out of that, right? But potentially. But how much power is he ceding to these oligarchs?
Let's watch as Trump takes the stage in Palm Beach, Florida, with former First Lady Melania Trump, his wife, at his side, and his son, Barron, his youngest child, addressing his supporters.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSNBC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come on, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and And the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I should tell you that while he was speaking, we did have a little bit of news to make. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of Minnesota. NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 204 electoral votes. The speech that Donald Trump just gave was essentially a victory speech. At this point, NBC News has not projected a winner in this race. Obviously, a commanding lead for Donald Trump with victories in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania. But he does not have 270 electoral votes. As I just mentioned, Minnesota has just been called for Kamala Harris, and we continue to watch the still outstanding swing states and a few other non-swing states that remain outstanding. May I check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Or am I not allowed to check in with Steve Kornacki at this moment? Am I allowed to check in with you?
Let's go.
Great. What do you have for us in Michigan?
Yeah, so I was just checking this out. See, statewide, 80% of the vote is in here. Trump with a 7-point advantage. More than 300,000 votes is the plurality. A couple things. A lot still to come in Wayne County, the big core Democratic county. Like a quarter of the vote in the state comes out of here. About a third of the vote is in. But again, as a benchmark here, now Wayne is Detroit, but it's a lot more than Detroit. As a benchmark, though, overall, this was a county Biden won by 38 points, a 330,000 vote margin here in 2020. Currently, with what's in Wayne County, again, this will vary by the cities that report, but the Democratic number needs to get up, to that Biden level and above, because of what I'm about to show you. What I wanted to show you in Michigan was, we said at the start of the night, one of the key tests for how the state was going to go would be a tale of two counties. The counties are Oakland County, the big, gigantic, enormous, any adjective you can think of, suburban county, high income, high concentration of college degrees, Democratic growth area. So we got Oakland County in right now, and Harris wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night, the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County, would it vastly exceed the margin Trump gets out of Macomb County? That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this. Donald Trump's winning this currently by almost 70,000 votes, with more to come. So the possibility exists here, the very distinct possibility exists here, that Donald Trump's margin out of Macomb County, it's an extreme likelihood, isn't just going to almost cancel out of Oakland County, it's going to blow it away. Trump's going to get far more out of Macomb, a somewhat smaller county, potentially, than Harris gets out of Oakland County. Now, again, 77%. This is almost an 18-point margin for Trump. Just to put this in some perspective, this was 8 in 2020. This was 11.5 for Trump in 2016. And if you went back one election farther, this was an Obama County. Again, the Midwest, northern tier of battleground states, they are filled with counties like this. Maybe not quite this big, but big blue-collar suburbs. A lot of blue-collar white voters here, but there's a lot of diversity here, too. There's a sizable non-white population as well. These are, and in Macomb, if you really want to zoom out, and you're a political history nerd, you ever heard the term Reagan Democrat? the blue-collar voters who flocked to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. That term came about because of Macomb County. There was a study of Macomb County, Michigan. They said this is the backbone of Ronald Reagan's working-class coalition that he's put together here. So the talk when Obama came along in 2008 and was reelected in 12 was the Democrats had finally just broken down the Reagan Democrat areas and brought them back into the fold. Trump comes along, goes up double digits, takes a step back in 2020. And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin has gone up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80,000 votes now in Macomb County, 80,000 for Trump there. And in the economically upscale Oakland County, it's 81,000. Trump is now getting more out of Macomb County than the Democrats got out of Oakland County. We thought in a good night for Trump, potentially he gets close. He's gone past it. That's very significant. There's also two, we said tonight, two kind of big swing counties. One of them is Saginaw County. We now got Saginaw County in. And again, this is one that Joe Biden won narrowly in 2020. Good night, we said Trump would win it. Trump is winning it by 3 points. And the other one here is just north, is just on the coast there. Muskegon County, about half is in. And again, this was a very narrow Joe Biden win. And currently, Trump is ahead by 16 points there. Take a look at Genesee County. This is where Flint is. This is very significant as well. Again, this is a diverse, blue-collar, enormous county here. Joe Biden won this by about 9 points in 2016. Clinton won this by 10 points. You go a step further back. Look, Obama had that blue-collar coalition still intact largely in 2012. He won here by almost 30 points. Coming into tonight, the Trump folks were saying they could take another big step forward in a place like Genesee County. Looks like they have 4.5 points, cutting this in half from 2020. They wanted to make gains in places like that. So, again, we are waiting on, still a lot of vote to come out of Wayne County. And as we really sort of slice and dice the Wayne County vote, we'll be looking at Dearborn. There's some indications in the returns. Dearborn, large Muslim American population, large Arab American population, indications that Kamala Harris may be significantly underperforming what Democrats want out of a place like Dearborn. We'll be analyzing that and getting more of that vote coming in. But you can just see around the state the reason why, with 80% of the vote counted, Donald Trump is more than 313,000 votes ahead. It's not just because we're waiting on Wayne County. It's because some of that significant movement taking you through right there.
Steve, while you have been covering those results in Michigan, we did get a little bit more news. NBC News does have a projection to make in one additional presidential race, this time in the state of New Jersey. NBC News projects that the winner of the presidential race in New Jersey is Democratic candidate and Vice President Kamala Harris. New Jersey, believe it or not, was one of the states that the Trump campaign was sort of bragging on. Were they able to expand the map? They said that New Jersey was one of those states they'd be able to win. They said the same thing about Virginia. They said the same thing about Minnesota. They have not been able to expand the map, but they have won important swing states already that have put them on the precipice. 266 electoral votes right now for Trump, 218 for Kamala Harris. Lawrence.
The Trump speech had about 12 minutes of teleprompter written speech in there, and then another, 15 of rambling and inviting other people up to the microphone to speak. In the 12 minutes that they put in the teleprompter, it was a very modest and non-Trumpian speech that had only 2 words of policy, and those 2 words were reducing taxes. There was not another word of policy. Nothing about mass deportation, nothing about trying to jail his opponents, which he cannot do and will not be doing. None of that kind of political terrorism language that he was including in his rallies. That's gone from the person who stepped up to that microphone tonight. And remember, that's a staff-written speech. That's a consensus group-written speech. And in the middle of it, there's the understanding you're going to talk about a golf guy, and you're going to talk about some guy who runs a fighting show, and then you're going to bring your campaign manager up to say so, and you can let the vice president elect say about 3 words. But it's an extremely modest speech. That's the state of the Trump policy going forward, and I think it's probably extremely accurate that like the first term that he was president, reducing taxes was literally the only thing he did.
And it's the reason that he was supported by so many billionaires. Look, at the end, if you've studied enough Donald Trump, and unfortunately having written a book about him, I studied more Donald Trump than I probably wanted to, the thing that he leads with is his neediness. His need for adulation, his need for adoration, his need, that's the reason that he's enjoyed cultivating a sort of cult of personality. He needs the world to think of him as this amazingly powerful and smart and brilliant and whatever. That's what he wants. And so that speech said to me that this is a very needy elderly man who wants to be president because he believes that finally he will get the respect and love and adulation of the country, and particularly of the very media elites that he used as a cudgel to get himself back in. And the threatening language, it's interesting that most of the threat that he made was directed squarely at Latinos, at people who the right fears will sort of outproduce them in terms of children. But that is where he did the best. That's where he gained the most among the people who voted, despite having directly insulted them. And he held steady, it seems, with white American women, despite having really insulted them in J.D. Vance. So he didn't lose much for being insulting and cruel.
Stephanie Roll?
Well, then I guess, who he's going to be, we're going to see who he's going to choose. Because we noted his family members, we saw Dana White. I didn't actually see Stephen Miller up there. I didn't remember when the last time he won, we saw Steve Bannon up there, we saw Stephen Miller. So it'll be interesting to see who his cabinet choices are. Howard Lutnick, his new favorite transition head, the guy who runs Cantor Fitzgerald, was there. So yes, for Trump, it was quite moderate, but that only lasts so long. We'll see what we're in for.
Alex?
I mean, I just say to Donald Trump and the people around him, good luck having Bobby Kennedy as your HHS secretary, an anti-vaxxer running the country 3 years after a deadly pandemic that created mass death that you, Donald Trump, grossly mismanaged. Good luck doubling down on fossil fuels and a fossil fuel economy at the precise moment that the Earth is heating up to historic proportions and monster storms supercharged by climate change are laying waste to red states. Side note, Democrats cannot control the weather. And good luck to you, sir, with your sales tax that's going to raise taxes, a tariff that's going to raise taxes on middle and working class income Americans. Good luck to you with all of it. It feels like the dog that caught the car.
The tariffs, by the way, were not in the speech. I don't think he's going to do those tariffs. I don't think that's going to happen.
He is monomaniacal on that. Look, I have invoked this cliche before, but it's a central one, which is that the future is unwritten, and the thing that we often do analytically is we see a dot here and a dot here, and we draw the line up through like that. And I have never felt more wide openness about what era we are entering into than I feel right now, even particularly watching that speech, because I don't know what we're about to step into. The only thing I'll say is that I do know that, like, the country that existed before tonight is the country that we have right now, and that's what matters, is all the other stuff that isn't Donald Trump and which group of his homies are up on stage at any given moment. And that's what we had on Tuesday, and it's what we have now on Wednesday morning.
And I would, and to that point, Chris, I would just say that for all the Americans who looked at this election as a choice between different forms of government, between keeping the U.S. system of government or keeping whatever it is that Trump is promising to do instead, and Trump is promising to turn us into instead, well, the way that you fought to keep the U.S. system of government is that you fought to try to get the outcome that you wanted in this election. And now as this election comes to a close, you have to figure out how else you're going to fight.
Yep.
Because your country still needs you. We're going to take a quick break. Our coverage of this election night continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Okay, it is just past 3 a.m. here in the East, and Donald Trump is poised to clinch the presidency. Thank you so much for staying up late with all of us. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York. With me here at the big table is Michael Steele, Tim Miller, Molly Jong-Fast, and Jim Messina. Steve Kornacki is, of course, at the big board, still at the big board. We will be with Steve in just one moment. But first, let's get you all caught up very quickly on the state of the race at this hour. We just heard from Donald Trump moments ago in West Palm Beach. He claimed victory, but votes are still being counted, and we have not yet made a projection just yet here at NBC News. So here's the big picture right now in the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 266 electoral votes. When NBC News projected that Donald Trump won the state of Pennsylvania, that put him just 4 electoral votes shy of the presidency. Just one of the outstanding states would put him over the top. In Michigan, this race is too close to call at this hour. And we'll bring you updates, of course, in Wisconsin once again. That race is also too close to call. In Nevada, a state out west that is coming in a little bit later, it is too close to call there as well. And in Arizona, the race there is also too early to call. And as for Vice President Harris, we learned she will not come out and speak to her supporters tonight. Earlier, here's what campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond had to say to her supporters gathered at Howard University earlier this evening.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Okay, let's get right to Steve Kornacki at the big board. As I noted in my rundown there are some votes, some states we're still waiting for more numbers to come in on. So where do we stand now, Steve? What are we waiting for?
Yeah, so I think the question is, at what point can Trump get to 270 here officially? So take a look at what's left. Gray are the uncalled states. One thing to keep in mind, you see Maine is uncalled here. Remember, Maine is one of the 2 states where they give out the electoral votes by congressional district. And this one, the big Western Maine District 2, has been a Trump district the last 2 elections. We got a lot of the vote in here right now. Trump is leading by 8 points in the 2nd district. Again, this is that, a lot of rural areas, a lot of small, mid-sized cities, like a Bangor, Maine, that kind of thing. Large blue-collar population here. Trump very plausibly, certainly right now, looking like he's going to get the 1 electoral vote out of the 2nd district of Maine. Maine as a whole, you can see Harris leading by 8 points. But if Trump gets that 1, that would put him at 267. Now, I say that 1 because look at this one, this geographically big population small state of Alaska. We now have more than half the vote is in Alaska. It reports in a very unconventional way. But Trump, with his 15-point lead, Alaska is worth 3 electoral votes. And Trump has a sizable margin in what's been counted so far. If that is something that continues, if that endures and we get more vote, that could be a way Trump reaches 270. The 1 electoral vote in the 2nd district of Maine, plus the 3 electoral votes potentially out of Alaska. Need more vote to come in there to get clarity on exactly where that's going. But you can see it's been red for a long time. You see where it is right now. Might be just a question of when then. Or is something going to happen in Wisconsin or in Michigan? In Wisconsin, here's the story right now. Trump leads by 122,000 votes statewide. One of the big things we're waiting on is in Milwaukee County, specifically the city of Milwaukee. They count their absentee vote in one place, or they release the results of it from one place hours after they count everything else out. Now, there's more than 100,000 votes at that facility. They call it the Central Count Facility. More than 100,000 votes, and we're expecting this to be something like, an 80% Democratic block of votes. So you want to see from that, that's the best single chance, if you open this up, that's the best single chance Harris and the Democrats have of eliminating that Trump margin. There are a couple of other places here. You look at Brown County. This is where Green Bay is. Trump is getting the number he wants here right now. They also have a central count facility with Democratic-friendly mail votes. Those have to come in. Are they going to be enough for Harris to, erase the 122,000 vote margin that Trump has right there. If they aren't, it's big moments, big batches of votes, then we'll have clarity on Wisconsin. That's 10 electoral votes. That would certainly get Trump over that number officially. And look, Michigan, the big thing we're waiting on, the big single thing we're waiting on is just Wayne County here. Again, this is Detroit, but Detroit's actually not the biggest part of Wayne County. There's a lot outside Detroit, a lot of smaller cities, there's suburbs. There's a lot going on in Wayne County. It's massive, and there's still a lot to come here. And you want to get clarity on the exact shape of what is to come. But again, this is a 38-point Joe Biden county from 2020, where Harris is running now ahead by 16 points. And again, one of the questions in Wayne County has been about the Arab American vote, has been about the Muslim American vote, the issue of the Gaza war. Was that going to take a toll on Harris's political standing? We're seeing from like Dearborn, Michigan, some of the reports coming in there about what's happening in Dearborn. Harris underperforming potentially significantly there. But otherwise, when you look at Michigan, again, this is just the story we've been seeing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, even in Minnesota, in Pennsylvania, all of these states. We saw it down south earlier with North Carolina and with Georgia. You could just look at one county after another where we sort of set a benchmark at the start of the night and say it's a good night for Trump if this, it's a good night for Harris if this. And in almost every case we're finding, I can think of a few exceptions here, but the overwhelming number of cases here, Trump's getting what he needs. If he had a number in 2020 he needs to build on, he's building on it. Meanwhile, Harris, a lot of these suburban counties even where, she's running up the score, she's not running up the score to the degree she wanted to. Good example of that is right here in Oakland County. She's winning it by 10. They wanted this more like 15 points, the Democrats did. Macomb County here, talked about this one just a few minutes ago. This is monster right now for Trump. It may come down a bit here as the remaining vote comes in, but he only won this by 8 points. Massive, massive county here. So there's opportunity here for Trump potentially. Trump is in, I would say, pretty good position here to be winning back, a state that he lost in 2020 had carried by this much in 2016. So it's a question of timing, I think, on maybe Wisconsin. That looks very close, especially with that vote by mail absentee to come out of Milwaukee. You see the margin there in Michigan, the question mark of Wayne. You see the possibility of Maine plus Alaska getting Trump there. Arizona and Nevada, we're just at that point now where we don't get a ton more, and then it starts coming out incrementally over days. You see New Hampshire here, but, they're very, very slow counting with the remainder of the vote there. Trump 4.5 points down, 30,000 votes right there, and you don't expect that to suddenly hit 100% anytime soon. So it's kind of what we're waiting on to get to that official moment. And just one other thing I would point out here, flip this over and show you the national popular vote at this point, because Donald Trump, you can see here, has a lead of more than 5 million in the national popular vote. Now, we've been here in 2020 and 2016, and we said, well, California is going to take a while to come in. It's going to be massive for the Democrats. Of course, they'll win the popular vote. That is very much in doubt right now because we've had big changes outside of the battleground in some big states. And I just want to highlight a few of these because they are dramatic. Look, New York, it's still blue, but look at this. New York State, Trump has got this within 12 points with 94% in. He lost this by 23 points. He basically cut his margin in half. Double-digit gains for Trump in New York City. Take a look. We mentioned New Jersey tonight earlier. Harris wins New Jersey. This is on track to be the closest margin, the closest Republicans have come to winning New Jersey potentially since 1992. Look what New Jersey was 4 years ago, a 16-point Biden win. Keying Trump here in New Jersey, getting this close. Heavily Hispanic areas, just leaps and strides, gains for him there. Take a look at Illinois. How about this one? 91% of the vote is in Illinois. 4 points for Harris, 17 points for Biden 4 years ago. Big, enormous blue state. Trump not winning it, but look at the popular vote margin that he's cutting into there. Another one we didn't talk anything about tonight. It's not close, but look at Maryland. 60-37 for Harris in Maryland. This was a 33-point state for Joe Biden a few years ago. So you're just seeing Trump lop off. Those add up potentially to millions of popular votes that he lost 4 years ago that he's now losing tonight. And so the possibility that Donald Trump, even when California is all counted, ends up winning the popular vote in an outright majority, that's very real right now.
Steve, there's a lot to take in and digest. I wanted to just go back, if you don't mind, to Wisconsin for a moment, since we're waiting on that one. And that is a state that we've been talking about for months as one that was within 1% the last two presidential cycles. I know we're waiting for a vote, but as you look at that state and where things have gone wrong, I should say, for Harris, tell us a little bit more about that. And also, the margins and what are the possible margins in terms of what it could be? Because it does not seem like it's within 1%, but you tell me if I'm wrong there.
Well, it should close, and maybe considerably, because again, the biggest outstanding, the biggest sources of outstanding vote here would be, again, in the city of Milwaukee, in Milwaukee County. Look, it says only about 69% of the vote is in. Overwhelmingly, what that is the absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. So the most Democratic-friendly type of vote, absentee, from the most Democratic city, most Democratic city, one of the most Democratic cities in the state. So whatever happens there, Harris is going to net tens of thousands of votes more when that absentee vote is released there. Look at a place like Brown County where Green Bay is, 90% is in. But again, this is a place that does that absentee late separate location. So this might come down a touch. There's a few other places on the map where she's going to benefit from that late absentee count. Is it enough to overcome what is now a 120,000 vote lead for Trump statewide? That's difficult. It's not impossible for her, but that'd be very difficult right now. But to come down and land back in that, really tight zone we know Wisconsin likes to be in, that's very possible. In terms of the big picture story you see out of Wisconsin, is a continuation of the trend here in the Trump era in Wisconsin, and it's simply this, that a transformation of Wisconsin politically. It is not long ago that you would have been looking at this map, even in a close race in Wisconsin, and you would have been seeing blue all over the place here, along the Mississippi River, all sorts of rural blue-collar counties. Democrats were winning right through Barack Obama in 2012, and Donald Trump came along, and we could show you counties where he's had net gains of like 40 points over what Barack Obama was doing. And you just take them one by one. They're small, rural in a lot of cases, but Trump's made further gains in those places tonight. So they just add up. You could take dozens of these counties, aggregate them together. Trump's made significant gains just by adding 2-3 points in those places. We called it at the start of the night, to look at Outagamie County, to look at Winnebago County. This is where Oshkosh is. Was Trump going to be hitting his 2020 number? Or was he going to be hitting his 2016 number? Now it's 12 right now. There is some of that mail to come in, but right now he's above both of those. And the Democrats, meanwhile, look, they did get ahead here in Dane County where Madison is. That 188,000 does mark a bigger margin for them out of Dane than they got last time. I think they might have wanted more out of here. But again, with that mail to come in Milwaukee, there's still a chance here for Harris in this state. But I think wherever it lands, it will be in that very close zone. And again, we just see this Michigan and Wisconsin, even in Minnesota earlier, those rural blue-collar counties. Trump just squeezing more and more out of them. He turned them Republican in 2016, and he's held them, and now he's growing in them further.
That rural blue-collar divide is just over and over again, as you said. I've been watching you all evening, so stark. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll be back with you in a moment, too. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who is standing by at Trump HQ in Florida. Vaughn, we all just listened to Donald Trump speak earlier. Tell us what it was like in the room and what you're hearing from his team at this point in time.
Straightforward, Jen. It kind of felt like a end of a Trump rally, actually. It was some similar riffs, including about Elon Musk's rocket that was landing. Of course, he noted that this was a great American comeback. It was the likes of Dana White, the head of UFC, who he introduced to the microphone, who called this moment karma. But for the room here, this was a confident crowd that thought that Donald Trump was going to win, and he did exactly that. I think last night I was talking with the producer colleague, Dan, who I traveled with the last 2 years on the road. We were talking about the extent to which we didn't even understand the own country, despite traveling to all 50 states and back here and talking to as many voters possible, because this was a moment, a reckoning, to wholly understand just how far the MAGA movement had expanded, just how far Donald Trump's realities or his proposals that an American government under his type of executive power would be able to benefit lives of Americans who didn't even vote for him in 2016 and 2020. Just how far-reaching would that play? And he was able to get Elon Musk on board. We watched Twitter, now X, essentially become a town hall of so often falsehoods and conspiracy theories and pro-MAGA content and material, and all of that amounted here to this moment. And what you saw up on stage was a rather small campaign brass of Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, emails, the two co-campaign managers who were with him from November of 2022 when he announced his presidential bid till now, but also some other key staffers that left the White House in 2021 with him after the January 6th attack, moved down to Palm Beach and were loyal to Donald Trump, even at a moment in which he was isolated even from his own party. And it was those very campaign staff that led Donald Trump to allow him to run the campaign that he wanted to run. That was an unvarnished one, an uncensored one that included name-calling, no apologizing, proposals that included putting 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming to the United States, having Elon Musk come in and cut 1/3 of the federal budget. Just this weekend, he suggested he would put Herschel Walker in charge of U.S. defense missile shield system. Even in the closing week here, this was Donald Trump in his purest form. And tonight, you could say it kind of seemed like perhaps a little bit of a surprise, Donald Trump, that it was called so quickly. But one, in talking with his campaign's advisors over the course of the last months, they wholly believed that there was an American electorate that was buying into what Donald Trump was selling. And so far, based off of the ballot count here, that's exactly what America delivered for the former president, and based off of where the count stands, the likely next president.
Yvonne, we have not yet called it here. I should just reiterate for people who are just tuning in, NBC News has not yet called it. But I want to ask you, Yvonne, I mean, one of the things I noticed is that Ivanka Trump was on the stage. We haven't seen her around the Trump campaign. Were there other people in the room, former advisors or people who really haven't been around the campaign, who reappeared tonight?
Corey Lewandowski was up on stage. Stephen Miller was up on stage. Stephen Chung, who is that spokesman who usually puts out derogatory statements on behalf of the former president, he was up on stage. You also had Tucker Carlson was in the room. Elon Musk, we know, was over at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in. Robert F. Kennedy is here. He was at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in as well. This was right. There was no Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or members of Congress who were urging Donald Trump to move beyond his political status or not run again, right? Tim Scott wasn't here. There was no Asa Hutchinson. We could go through the list of those primary challengers. Of course, his own former Vice President Mike Pence was not here. This was Donald Trump is, and what we've, Howard Lutnick, who is one of the transition co-chairs, he was up on stage, and I was talking to him just last week, and he said that they will make sure that there are only members in his next cabinet administration who are truly loyal, who they trust, noting that the likes of Mark Milley and James Mattis and John Kelly, they will do everything in their power to make sure that they have vetted and they know the entities that are coming into the next administration. And I think that this was a moment here where those people lifted Donald Trump up to essentially the greatest resurrection in American political history. And now, just in the last couple minutes, you see the likes of President Zelensky and Prime Minister Netanyahu already posting statements on X congratulating Donald Trump, a key recognition that this immediately has major international repercussions that extend well beyond American politics, but one that has direct impact on two active wars that are going on. Of course, Donald Trump, if he is elected president, wouldn't take office until January 20th, yet that does not mean that there are not calculated decisions that are taking place in real time overseas, understanding that very well there's a likelihood or a potential of this current Republican candidate for president potentially taking the White House again.
It's such an important point. The national security differences between these candidates are a very important part of what the impact could be here, and one we'll definitely be discussing. Vaughn, I know you've been up and standing there for about 19 hours. Thank you for staying up with us, and really appreciate you bringing us your insights. You know the team and the Trump team so well. Let me just turn to our amazing panel here, and there's so many things to discuss, but I want to start with you, Jim Messina. You and I have worked together a lot over the years. I was describing what a boiler room is earlier. You can probably describe it better than I do, but you're a data guy. As you're looking at this data, I don't want to ask you what surprised you. I want to ask you kind of what struck you as different from what maybe a lot of people out there thought would be where things stand right now.
The fact that the Trump theory of the case on rural voters really was true. I freaked out a bunch of Dems on Sunday on your show when I said, look at the early vote numbers. The enthusiasm for Trump in rural is real. And that's exactly what you saw Kornacki was just going over it. He's just doing better than he'd ever done before and just running up these things. And the other thing was the Latino number. It's just, you cannot look at those exit polls and not think that is amazing. Going forward, the Democrats have a real rural problem, and they have real communication challenges to a whole bunch of groups, including young voters and Latinos, that we thought we had a better message to and just didn't at all. Those are the two things that really struck me so far.
The rural city divide is one that struck me earlier as well in the evening. And 8 years ago, a lot of the focus was on education. Is education a part of that as well, or is it more community cultural and kind of you're living in a rural area, you're living in a city?
I think it's cultural, right? I think the Democrats no longer speak to a whole group of people in these places. I mean, they were just laying it out. Barack Obama did 40 points better than Kamala Harris in some of these precincts just 12 years ago. Like, we have just stopped being able to communicate with these people, and they no longer feel seen by the Democratic Party. And that is a challenge going forward. I hope we don't all rush. I hope we all take some time, look at all these things, do a comprehensive report, and talk about how to move forward, because we got our butts kicked tonight, and we got to figure out how to move forward in a way that gets us back to being the majority party we used to be.
Tim, as I said to you earlier, I always hate it when people say it's a communications problem. It's not the totality of it, and that's not what Jim Messina is saying either. But there is this question of how to reach, because there's been a reliance by Democrats on running up the city vote, running up the suburban vote, expanding the blob, as Steve Kornacki always says, the blue blob. You've actually worked in Republican circles. What is going wrong here on that front?
And I just think the Democrats right now have to just reckon with the fact that there's a fundamental brand problem with the party as far as not reaching like huge swaths of the country. You know, Jim listed a couple of them with rural and Hispanics. But if you look at the exit polls, Trump gained with every demographic group except college-educated women. Everyone. Black men, Hispanic men and Hispanic women, non-college women. So like, it wasn't really even a race and gender thing in particular. It was widespread. And there's a brand issue. And to your reference about my kind of time at the Republican Party, I look back at 2012 when we lost with Romney, right? And afterwards, we did the autopsy and we looked at it and we're like, we need to fix this little thing or that little thing. And that might make the difference if we reached out to this group more or that group. The reality was that the Romney-Ryan party did not appeal to broad swaths of the country. It did not appeal to black and brown Americans. It also didn't really appeal that much to working class Americans. You know, Obama cut into his margins there. That's where the Democrats are right now. They get so when you say communicate, yeah, but it's more like we got to figure out how to talk to them. It's not about like a talking points. Like Democrats have to think about how their brand is resonating outside of college-educated, urban and suburban, white America. Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's bigger than a set of words.
Yeah.
And so people shouldn't define it as words, in my view. Michael Steele, I just want to ask you a big open-ended question about how you're taking in what we know now. We don't know everything. Right. There's still more votes to come in, but based on what we know now.
So, you know, there's a lot of stuff inside of my head that wants to rage at this, but then I really kind of went back to what I wanted to do in 2010, and that's exactly what happened here tonight with the Republican Party or the MAGA Party. What I learned in that period of time was the American people will always tell you what they want. You just better listen to them.
But what do you think the American people are telling us they want?
They don't like the whole. They don't like the whole thing. The impression that their kids are being put through some type of, you know, deprogramming or reprogramming, imagined or real. They think the economy is not their friend. They blame Joe Biden for this economy, right? No, for their personal economy. They're frustrated with, and you talked, Jim, you hit on the cultural piece, as did my friend here, Tim. The cultural piece is a huge piece for the American people. And what we learned tonight, it's not just the folks who live in the rural parts in the country, in the backwoods. It's people who live right over here off of Park Avenue. The people who live off of Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. And the reality of it is, I think, for our political system, because I'm going to set aside the MAGA piece for a while, because those Republicans, like myself and Cheney and others, the question becomes, what is the other narrative that you put up? Because once MAGA begins to do its thing, which it will, I mean, tonight was Donald Trump standing there basically reading everything that was on the prompter, looking like, okay, we got this. But you could see, and you know, that there's going to be a slide into something else.
Well, we've seen this movie a thousand times.
We've seen this movie a thousand times. But here's the thing. The American people are okay with that. So what's the countermeasure? What's the countermeasure to what we see Donald Trump do every day? Because clearly it's not enough to say democracy's at stake. Because the American people are like, yeah, I don't really feel that. I don't think that. Now, even though, ironically, in our own exit polling, folks were like, a democracy was important to them, right?
Well, but just to dig into that for a second, yes, but majority say democracy under threat, 75%, but among voters who believe that, half went for Harris and half went for Trump.
There you are. Right. That's exactly where I was going. So you've got this space where there's a lot to learn from tonight. The challenge is going to be how the Democratic Party learns what it needs to learn and deal with what's going to come beginning on January 20th, when the further deconstruction of all the administrative states that we think hold this union together come under assault. Because, at the end of the day, it may not be Donald Trump, but a lot of people on that stage and a lot of people who are going to be in that oval with him, that's what they want to do. And as much as they want to lie about Project 2025, they laid it out. They're not going to just go, oh, well, we just 900 pages of nothing. That's not how this works. So you're going to see two competing moments that the country's going to confront, one of which they won't care about, right, which is all the stuff because they think Trump is good. So they're not going to be concerned about that. The Democrats are going to have to worry about that, plus, to Jim's point, how did you begin to level up a message to turn around those numbers that they saw tonight?
And we will get into, together, a couple things, including the fact that Trump also has a Republican Senate. We don't know where control of the House is,
right.
which is a big factor. But, Molly, I want to ask you, there's a lot of data to dig through. One of the things that you and I have talked about a lot is women voters. I mean, Trump improved among women from how he did in the past, according to the exit polls. The other thing that struck me is that these ballot initiatives on abortion in Florida, Arizona, and some other states where the majority of voters voted to protect abortion rights, and there was a big overlap of people who also voted for Trump, which to me means we maybe didn't capture or didn't discuss or didn't accurately analyze the fact that people can think about things in multiple ways that bend the mind, but they can vote to protect abortion rights and still vote for the guy who essentially killed them. But give me your what as you're looking at women voters, abortion rights.
The only bright spot in this entire night was that white college-educated women were not having it. That said, white, non-college educated women were all in. And I think that, look, we're in a completely different media universe than we were in 2012 or 2010. And I think that's a really important point. We don't know where people are getting their news. And remember, Donald Trump in that speech said it was a huge win for democracy. So his people also think that he's protecting democracy, which in itself is a huge communication problem here, right? And I think that, it's, when you would talk to the campaign, they would always be like, are we reaching people? Mm-hmm. And that is a media problem, right? Newspapers, some of the reasons why newspapers aren't endorsing are complicated and scary, but some of the reason why is because it doesn't matter. It doesn't move the needle. Newspaper endorsements used to really matter. Like a decade ago, 2 decades ago, we have had a seismic shift in the way that people read news, watch television, you know, all of that information. And I think we have to look at also sort of the level of disinformation, misinformation that people are getting and what that looks like.
No, I think this is a big, huge part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist and now has could potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office. You have, to your point, the way people are receiving information. There are platforms that many people have never even heard of that are massive communicators to voters, including Telegram, including...
I mean, on the stage tonight, during the acceptance speech, they shouted out the Nelk Boys, Theo Von, Joe Rogan. There was one other one. I'm sure folks have heard about Joe Rogan, but a couple of those other ones that Trump, Aiden Ross, that Trump did interviews with, niche outlets, but have huge audiences. And a lot of the people, not everybody, but a lot of people that are consuming those kinds of news environments aren't. It's not like, to your point, how it's not 2010. It's not like they're then watching the nightly news.
Right.
You know,
Or
like they're not
reading
watching
New
Lester at
Times.
night. No offense to Lester, right? You know what I mean? Like they're in their own bubble, and that's like the majority of the news that they're consuming, and it is going to be incumbent on Democrats not. And it's kind of funny that the Nelk Boys got mentioned in the acceptance speech tonight, I guess. But you also have to take this seriously and figure out how to talk to those people and how to have a message for those young men, because the Democrats do have a message for the young men, but a lot of times they weren't really trying to offer one.
I want to come back to this. I think this is such an important part of the conversation because it's like how you think about how campaigns are run and operate, and it's just different quite a bit. But I do want to bring in right now Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna of California. Congressman, let me just start by getting your top-line reactions to what we know at this point tonight.
Obviously, I'm disappointed. But look, the rebuilding starts today. No political party in modern times is out in the wilderness for more than a few years. I remember 2004, I was volunteering as a young guy all over for John Kerry. I totally was opposed to the Iraq War. And I was devastated that George W. Bush did not get defeated. And Alan Solomon was there. I still remember Boston quoted Dr. King, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Keep going." And guess what? 4 years later, we had Barack Obama, the singular political talent of our time, in my view, and he ushered in a whole new hopeful vision of America. So I'm confident. We still have to see where the House is going to go, but I'm confident we're going to rebuild in 2026, and we'll win back the White House in 2028. And we've got to listen. We've got to go on some of these podcasts. I was just on All In. You know, we should have done, in my view, Joe Rogan. Go on all the podcasts and listen to what we need to do and have a compelling economic message. But I'm still very hopeful about the party and our future.
Let me ask you about control of the House. I mean, Republicans are projected to control the Senate. As we've noted, as you just noted, Trump is on the verge of winning the White House, which is going to make the House quite important. What are you hearing from your House colleagues about how things are shaking out tonight in some of these key races, some of which have been called, but some of which we're still waiting for, including a number in your state of California?
We're hopeful. We're hopeful for 3 pickups in California. It's a world of difference if we have Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House or if we have Mike Johnson. I served for 4 years in Congress in the first Trump administration. The first 2 years, 2016 to 18, we didn't have Congress. That's when he had his extraordinary tax breaks and handouts to the ultra wealthy. That's when he had no check. When Nancy Pelosi took the gavel, that was basically at the end, effectively, of the first Trump term. So getting Hakeem Jeffries in there would be a huge blessing. I think we have a real shot at it. It's going to be close.
We're going to be all watching California. It could be some time, which doesn't mean anything is going wrong. It just means that ballots are still coming in. That's how the state of California works. I just want to remind everybody, Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you for reminding us, which I've been trying to do as well, that there are lots of forces for good, lots of forces for democracy. We have a strong country. So thank you for reminding us of that and for joining us at 3:45 in the morning our time. All right, I just want to come back to the table and continue kind of the conversation that we've touched on here. I mean, there's a lot of information we're getting in, but there is this question. I mean, the bro vote, as I'm just going to shorthand it, right? Trump got his highest share of young men that he's ever gotten in his 3 presidential runs. In North Carolina, Trump almost doubles his support from black voters since 4 years ago. So there are some key demographics that I think at this point, from what we know about the exit polls, everybody needs to be quite sober about. Yep. You've run a successful campaign, Jim Messina. Things change and evolve. I mean, I like to say that I had a Palm Pilot and I had a fanny pack when I did my first campaign. Yeah. Things have changed quite a bit. They change all the time. How do you think, as people look to 2028, this changes where things sit, how people run that campaign?
Well, I think it's really about two things. First of all, having a real message. And, you know, Rose said something I think is very right, which is listening. Shutting up for a little bit and actually hearing people and hearing their concerns. The second thing you have to do is go to some of these things. Tim called them niche, and they are, but if you look at their numbers, they're not. They're mammoth. They're bigger than some cable networks.
We need to stop, by the way. I'm just going to double down on this, calling anything niche. When I was the communications director for Barack Obama, people would say it wasn't presidential to do something, and it's like, the job of a candidate or a president is to reach the public wherever they're consuming information.
That's
it's not to
right.
write an op-ed in the Washington Post, which, no offense to them, nobody reads. So
right. Well, and TikTok is now the most dealt with political platform in America. And as you know, Democrats were on it for 2 years because the Biden administration was fighting about it. That evolution, figuring out what the next generation is, it really is both a message and it's a medium. And, you know, you've got to kind of continue to grow with that. But some of it is just really hearing these people, feeling seen. Part of the rural vote numbers, I think, those communities didn't feel seen by the Democrats, didn't feel seen by this. The other word we haven't mentioned yet tonight is economy. I mean, if she was going to win tonight, she would have been the first person in 50 years to lose the economic argument and win the presidency. And, you know, we have an economic messaging thing, and it's really been Donald Trump's sweet spot. And Democrats have got to figure out how to take back the economic argument, because when Bill Clinton and Barack Obama and Joe Biden were winning presidential elections, they won the economic argument.
Why do you think that is on the economic? You're a messaging guy. Give us your take,
look,
Tim.
Bill Clinton was good at making people think that he cared about them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, this is not really a particular critique of any Democratic candidate themselves, but, like, do the people that watch the Joe Rogan podcast, or do the people that live in Winnebago County or whatever, like, do they think that the Democrats care about them? I don't think so. And maybe that's not fair, right? Or maybe, you know, like, you could do plenty of things about how Donald Trump's a phony and he pretends to care about them. But that's politics, you know? And I think, like, actually showing up, right, actually being there and saying, hey, I'm going to talk to you like a normal person, right? And I'm going to demonstrate that I care what you think about it. And I'm going to say, okay, well, here's what Trump's saying that's BS, actually. And, you know, he's saying this, but the economy is doing this. And I don't know, in my life, like, I got these concerns, right? I feel like the Democrats have gotten into a very talking point friendly way a lot of times. So it's not really about, like, me giving them something to say. It's about just being more authentic, right? In these we're not calling them niche media outlets, right? But, like, when you go there, being more authentic. And I obviously think that there are actual economic policy issues you need to talk about as well. But, like, the very first step right now is being missed. I think we can just be honest about that.
Can I just ask a question? What do you think the culture war is? What do Democrats think the culture war really is? I mean, because it is economics. It's not just transgenderism. It's not just some, you know, religious piece. For a lot of middle America, it's all of that for them. And, you know, I think that that's part of what Trump has been able to successfully define and really connect with people. I mean, I said this a little bit earlier this evening, and it really, I think, resonates for me even more tonight. In that 2016 cycle, to hear a white single mother, divorced, two from New Hampshire, refer to Donald Trump as being just like her. Right? So why do you like Trump? Because he's just like me. I think for a lot of, I think this is a culminating moment from that period to now, for at least for me, that those underlying threads have still never been fully understood. by the political class, by the media class. And meanwhile, middle Americans go, y'all don't even see me, do you?
Here's, and I'm going to point this question back to you, Michael Steele, be our translator, because you referenced transgender rights in this ad that the Trump campaign put tens of millions of dollars behind. This is not an issue that to me, this is just to put my cards on the table here, very much a morality issue where young people are born one gender and are another gender, and they have made it into a wedge issue, a cruelty issue, but they've successfully brought people to their side by suggesting, which is ludicrous, that people are going to be sent to school and their teachers are going to change their gender and send them home. That's not factual, it's not accurate, it's cruel, it's harsh. And he has not, at the same time, put forward any economic plan aside from tariffs that will raise costs.
Doesn't have to.
Well, so I guess what I'm asking you is,
I mean, because absent anything else, right, and absent anything else, everyone's going to believe that's exactly what happened.
But isn't this a disinformation
they believe that's what's going to happen.
Isn't this a disinformation problem?
But you got to go in there and combat the disinformation.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
There you go.
I'm not saying that the Democrats have to throw trans kids under the bus.
There you go.
But did any Democrat go into a conservative space and say, you're saying that Kamala Harris is going to do, or Donald Trump's saying that Jimmy's going to go into school and come out Jenny. Like, that's not true. Here's what we want to do. Like, here's how we do, here are the protections we want in place. Here are the protections for the girls' sports we want in place. Like, we want to respect everybody. Did anybody actually try to do that? I don't think so.
And that would be a criticism I might have about the campaign, is that they were very cautious.
Very.
At times, no, you don't have to be sorry. We're having an honest talk here. We're all trying to delve in and understand what's going on.
Well, you'll remember Trump world just threw anything. I mean, obviously they have a different set of morals and values, but they threw everything against the wall. Whereas the Harris campaign, just like the Clinton campaign, very, very cautious.
Do you guys agree with that?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think they were trying to be focused. I think they tried to stay on message, and their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And they ran that play, and they were very focused on it. Now, it turned out not to be the right play, but I think one of the things that they should get some credit for is they had a theory of the case, and they prosecuted that case.
They did, but it goes to what Tim just said. So their theory of the case was democracy and abortion. And Donald Trump's theory of the case was everything else.
Yep.
And no one bothered to pay attention to what his theory of the case was. And so when you couple that, and I was just looking at some of the responses from, some of my friends, who've kind of been watching this and are aligned with Trump. Their view was, you guys completely missed what the country was saying. And the country was saying, yeah, you know what? We're not about forgiving student debt because a lot of hardworking people out there spent a lot of money, and okay, you got to pay your bills. I mean, and so you've got to be able to have an answer for that mindset that believes that if you go and incur a debt, right, I don't have to pay for it, because that's what it boils down to. You incurred $100,000. Nobody told you to go to Harvard. My kid went to community college, paid his bills. So now you're asking me and him to pay yours? So that's part of the culture piece that oftentimes gets misunderstood or mistranslated into something else. And there's just a visceral reaction to it. And meanwhile, Trump goes, see, they still don't get who you are, do they? Meanwhile, he's marching on down the road with folks. And tonight is what you see. America will always tell you what they want. You just need to listen to what they're telling you. He did. And apparently the Dems, Kamala's campaign, however you want to fashion it, over the course of time, and the shift to Kamala and all of that, and Joe Biden waiting until, all of that didn't matter to those folks in the middle of the country.
I have one little nitpick.
Sure, no,
Did he listen to what they wanted? Did he listen to what they wanted? I think that his vibe, his vibe was good. Right? But I just mean, like, the reality he did.
I agree. We should just be honest. But it's not what the reality is for us. It's what it is for them.
Sure.
And they believed he did. And that's the bottom line.
Okay, hold all these thoughts. Please disagree. Everybody digest, come back. We got to sneak in a very quick break. We've got more live coverage coming up. Here's the map at this hour. Lots of states still uncalled. Steve Kornacki is still standing near the big board to share more information with us. But Donald Trump is very, very close. Steve is continuing to crunch the numbers. We're going to be right back. Okay, everyone, it is 4 a.m. here in the East, 1 a.m. out West, and at this hour, we still do not have a winner. But Donald Trump is on the brink of securing the presidency. Thank you all so much for staying up late with us. We have a lot to discuss, lots of results still coming in. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York. With me here at the big table is Michael Steele, Molly Jong-Fast, Tim Miller, and Jim Messina. The great Steve Kornacki is still standing. He's also ready to go at the big board and give us updates on what's coming in and what we know. We'll be with him in just a moment. But first, let's just get you caught up on where the race stands. So here's the very big picture right now in the race to 270. You can see this right on the screen. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes. Donald Trump currently with 266, which is, of course, just 4 electoral votes away from winning the White House. And that means just one of these outstanding states could put him over the top. At this hour, we are still waiting on Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona in terms of battleground states, but other states still have not come in yet either. But Donald Trump did come out and address his supporters in West Palm Beach. He claimed victory, but again, NBC News has not yet made a projection, and votes are still being counted. Let's get right to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Okay, Steve, what do we have coming in? What have we learned in terms of votes over the last hour?
Yeah, so it's really kind of narrowed what's left in Wisconsin. 96% of the vote here. Trump leading by 108,000. Looks very imposing with that little left. But what is left is largely, but not entirely, we'll get to that Democratic-friendly vote. So I just want to take you through. We expected total in Wisconsin. Let me just take a look here. About 140,000 total votes remain to be counted. Now, the bulk of those votes are in... I just want to see this updated, actually, so this is real time. I'm just checking in on something here. Yes, this just updated. Let me just look county by county. That's going to be the easier way to do this. Sorry for this. I'm just adjusting on the fly. Okay. We think the biggest source of outstanding vote in Wisconsin is in Milwaukee County. Most of that 120,000, probably about 105,000 of it, is absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee. This typically breaks like 80 to 20 for the Democrats, maybe even more than that. They count that, they tally it up, they report it out from one place. So we're awaiting that hopefully very soon. And basically, if the Democrats get what they normally get, out of that vote, maybe they would net 75, let's say 75,000 votes, be maybe a little generous with that, 75,000. The rest of Milwaukee County, there's some absentee ballots, left there, probably about 15,000. Same deal. You expect it to be more Democratic. So look, maybe the Democrats get 80,000 out of there. They need a very, very big number if they're going to flip this in Wisconsin. The other big place is Racine County. We have the same thing. We have that central count for the city of Racine. What do we think we got there? We think we got about 30,000. If those were to break, let's give them optimistic assumptions, 2-1 for Democrats. They could net maybe about 10,000 votes out of Racine. Winnebago County, we're waiting on the city of Oshkosh here. Total, what we're kind of expecting is about 20,000 out of Winnebago. I'll abbreviate that, 20,000. And again, if this went really well for Democrats, maybe 5,000 they net out of this. So, 80, 90, 95. You're trying to close a gap of about 107,000 votes. They probably need more out of here. That Milwaukee thing has to just be absolutely monster for them, because the other problem, despite all of this, there are a couple of pockets of Republican votes left. Okay, so take a look. Core Republican county, 3/4 of the vote in. Trump's winning it almost 2-1. And you could see, though, still votes to come here. So there are other places. The Democrats, you could give them very, very generous assumptions on that absentee vote in those places and maybe just get them up to that statewide margin. But then you got to account for, there's a handful of places like this where Trump can still net more. So waiting to see those numbers. They have to be massive if Harris is going to turn this around and actually flip this over statewide. It will get closer, significantly closer than this 51-47.5 you see right now. But in terms of actually carrying over for the Democrats, they need something maybe we haven't quite seen out of Milwaukee before for them.
What do we have? That's all. We're watching Wisconsin so closely. It's a state that has been so narrow in the last 2 presidential elections. What else are we waiting for in any of the other battleground states, Steve? What are the big holdouts?
Yeah, so in Michigan, we've been talking about Wayne County, and we did just get a pretty big report out of Wayne County that takes us over to half the vote in Wayne County here. And again, you might have looked earlier, Harris was running under 60% before. Now she's getting closer to where Democrats want to be here. Again, compare this to 2020. Joe Biden won here by 38 points. Now it's inching up on 30, but again, this needs to be higher for the Democrats. Trying to piece together exactly where in Wayne County it's left, because again, there's all sorts of different suburbs, small cities. Detroit is in here as well. So we're trying to get a full sense of that. But again, what we just got in there from Wayne County was heavily Democratic, and it brought that Trump margin. Remember, that was north of 300,000 the last time we looked in, now over 200,000. And there's still a significant share to come in from Wayne County. And I stress the Democrats need to get a very big number, get it back to probably over that Biden level, just because what we've seen elsewhere in Michigan, all of these places where Trump, example, Saginaw, we said coming into the night, Saginaw County was one of the swing counties in Michigan. As goes Saginaw, maybe so goes the state. Well, Trump wins it by 3 points. The other one we identified as a swing county at the start of the night was Muskegon. We're getting closer there to a 100%. Trump leading by 2.5 points there. Now, take a look at this one. This is Ottawa County. Okay, this is still a core Republican county. You're in the western part of Michigan here. This is a very complicated thing with the Dutch Reform Church and Dutch Reform culture, but basically it's culturally conservative, extremely Republican, and it's been averse to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump's done, this is a big, big Republican vote-producing county, and you can see the hit Donald Trump has taken here. He won it, taken here since he came on the scene, won it by more than 30, came down to barely 20 in 2020, but this is kind of a win for him tonight because it didn't go down any further. That's a familiar story. We've been telling it throughout all these states tonight, places where Trump had been slipping. He didn't slip any further. That includes, a place like Ottawa County. So when that happens, when he's winning those 2 swing counties, when Trump is cutting into, now we've got, oh, wow, okay. This is basically all of Genesee County, 400,000 people here. This is where Flint, Michigan is. The final margin here is going to be 2.9 points. Harris over Trump in Genesee County. This was 9 points for Biden over Trump. This is diverse, blue-collar, working class. Big, big gain for Trump there. Taking a look here at Macomb County, big blue-collar suburb north of Detroit. Trump won this by 8 points last time. He's more than doubled it so far. So with all those things happening around the state for Trump, it becomes all the more important if Democrats are going to actually overtake that sizable lead that Trump has right now. Harris doesn't just win a county like Wayne by 30 points. She has to win this by like 40, and we have to see turnout levels as well here, too. So that's what she's up against there. You see what they're up against, too, the Democrats in Wisconsin, just seeing if that changed at all, seeing what else is on the board here. We mentioned, are we getting close here to some kind of clarity in Maine, 2, 7.5-point lead for Donald Trump here. Again, 1 electoral vote to the winner of each congressional district in Maine. This is the blue-collar, heavily rural congressional district. Trump's won it twice. No reason to believe that's not happening a third time right there. Alaska, we checked in earlier, in the Klondike, up to 70% now, we think, counted in Alaska. This is interesting, as we say, from that perspective of Trump officially hitting 270 to officially become mathematically the president-elect. 16-point lead for Trump here in Alaska. About 70% of the vote reported. 3 electoral votes there, 1 in that congressional district in Maine. If he gets those in the near future, 1 there, 3 there, that would be, I don't know what just happened there, that would be exactly 270 270 electoral votes, then he would mathematically be the president-elect. In Nevada and Arizona, we've just reached the point where we're not going to get much more that's going to come out over, subsequent days right there. New Hampshire, you still see uncalled. Trump has made more of a game out of this than I think some expected. They wanted to flip it. They sent J.D. Vance there the other day, got it down to 4. It's going to be very slow to get the rest of this in. Again, I don't expect that to get anywhere near 100 tonight. Again, you just see, let's look at this jigsaw puzzle. All these little cities, towns, villages, hamlets, where they reported out individually. That's going to take some time. But Harris sitting on a pretty comfortable pad there. So, look, in terms of 270, is it going to be the Maine, Alaska route that puts Trump there? Or is there going to be a call in Wisconsin? This one may be imminent if, we're waiting on that absentee that I talked about from the central locations. If the Democrats don't get the kind of monster numbers they need from that, there's not going to be much left in Wisconsin. And again, if Wisconsin were to officially be called for Trump, he's well over 270 at that point. And again, Michigan, the more wane we get, the more clarity we get. Democrats trying to dig themselves out of a very sizable hole. Some real damage they've taken throughout the rest of the state tonight.
I know as you've said many times, we're very close to getting to the 270. I can assure everyone, Steve and our decision desk continue to crunch the numbers, and as soon as we get any update, we will bring them to all of you immediately. Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki. We'll be back. Please hydrate. We need you. Let's dig into a couple of these states here, because in Wisconsin I keep asking about, because it is a state that has been so close in the last 2 presidential cycles. It also has an incredible state party chair.
Yeah.
It has an infrastructure that is well funded, well organized. So it kind of bends the mind a little bit, but it is also a very white state. It has a lot of rural parts. Jim Messina, what should we understand about Wisconsin and where it sits, which it could still be very, very close. We don't have the outcome yet.
Yeah, with the Senate race hanging in the balance as well. But I really think this is the most interesting state of all, because to your point, Wisconsin is one of the 2 places left in the Democratic Party. Las Vegas and Wisconsin have Democratic machines. There's no better machine in America than the Wisconsin Democratic Party run by Ben Wickler. And they were sure. They were saying for the last 96 hours, we have this. This is ours. And I really think it's the conversation Michael and I were having. I think this is above ground operations. I think it's culture. I think it really is. They did not see this coming.
And culture, because Michael asked this question, but it's the right one, I think. What does culture mean? Because I've been saying this, and then I'm like, what do I mean by it? What do we mean by culture in Wisconsin? And
I really do think there's a whole bunch of voters, to Tim's earlier point, that do not think the Democrats see them, that do not think we represent their values. And the traditional machine got to the numbers they had to get. You saw Steve talk about it in Dane County. The Milwaukee numbers are fine. It was the butt kicking that they had in the rest of the state that the machine did not see coming, because it wasn't the traditional voters they were used to voting. They just didn't see this coming because it was bigger than this. And I think that's the story I'm learning tonight.
To me, almost the more interesting thing than what's happening in Wisconsin, because at the end, just doing some back-of-the-envelope math, maybe Trump improves by 2 points, maybe 3 points in Wisconsin, which is decisive in a swing state. But look at what happened in the big states that weren't swing states, where the campaign wasn't waged. Yeah, New York. Texas, it goes from 6 to 15 in favor of Trump. Florida, I didn't see what the final number was because I couldn't look at it anymore. I kept going higher and higher in Florida. The Florida Trump number was off the charts. New York goes the other way, down to a 12-point. We haven't seen that in California yet. Those are all big, diverse states that hit on all of these different demographic groups that we're talking about. So I do agree that what we're talking, we can focus on that rural group that the Democrats do need to talk about that hurt them in Wisconsin. But man, the numbers are actually uglier in the big, diverse states.
The Texas piece, I mean, look, Texas is a state, as Jim Messina and I can assure everyone, that is in every planning meeting of every presidential campaign. Maybe we will get Texas. But one of the things that has struck me is this assumption that demographic groups are monolithic, right?
That's
and this is one of the things that I think you look at Texas. Every Latino is not the same. I'm saying the obvious here. Just like every black voter is not the same. Just like every woman is not the same. But I do think we're seeing some of that in Texas. It's gone farther away.
Yeah, but I think we also have to talk about, and it pains me to say this, but this is similar to 2016. The similarity here is a woman at the top of the ticket. And as a second wave feminist who wants nothing more than equality, it pains me to say this, but we're seeing a lot of the same things, and we have a woman on top of the ticket. And I just think that does not exist in a vacuum.
I think it's an important thing to talk about. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, particularly considering that women didn't vote for her again for the third time.
Yeah.
So you really have to sort of contextualize what that means.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's, you know, Clinton in 16, Biden in 20, or Kamala in 24, in each of those instances, particularly white suburban women had a different agenda.
Non-college educated. College educated.
Non-college educated had a different agenda. And so I think that requires some further digestion and understanding. I think if nothing else, what Trump has opened up, yeah, it's a Pandora's box of madness and hellscape. We get that. But he's also opened up the American electorate in a way that no other presidential candidate has. And that includes Reagan and Clinton, who had that sort of, you know, like it was said before, Clinton felt your pain and people connected with that, right? And Reagan, I mean, my goodness, you know, brought so many people into the space, you know, and gave them a voice, if you will. But Trump is different from all of that. And he can trash the historic leaders of the Republican Party, and people applaud him.
Well, and he can trash Latinos and women.
He also has a machismo and like a masculinity that he uses very aggressively. And it just, for whatever reason, he seems to be very good at beating women. And Harris did this thing where she was just traveling all the time and doing tons and tons of rallies, more than he was. And she still couldn't, you know.
I think this is I know it's painful to talk about, but it's an important thing to talk about.
It's how he's opened the country up, and what has he opened it up to?
That is, I want to bring in, pause on this because we'll come back to it. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Michelle Zinder, who's standing by at our NBC headquarters in D.C., and she was at Howard University earlier tonight. I think people saw her on television where the Harris campaign had gathered. We all watched and saw campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond speak, and he said earlier that we would hear from the vice president later today, and I'm saying later today because it's Wednesday. What else are you hearing from the campaign? What do we expect that to look like? Do we know more about what those plans are?
Those are all key questions that I'm asking people. Some of them are already asleep, so we might not get those answers till earlier today in terms of the details of when the vice president will speak. But we do expect her to speak today later at Howard University. And I want to just walk people through what the Harris campaign and really the people that are close to her have been like in the last few hours. They really did start off the night thinking 8 p.m., 9 p.m., sounding very optimistic, very confident. The vice president had been saying that she had the momentum. She was telling supporters in rally after rally that she believed she was going to win. And I was picking up on that cautious optimism. But right around 10 o'clock, 10:30, when it was clear that former President Trump was overperforming in places that were critical for him to win, including specifically in North Carolina and Georgia, I started to really sense a real shock and a real anxiety and a real worry from the Harris campaign and Harris aides. And that really just got darker and darker in terms of sort of their mood. At Howard University, people started to really have blank stares. They started to not be celebrating and dancing as they had been at the beginning of the night. And then later on, as it became clear that Donald Trump was going to be even closer to 270, especially after he won Pennsylvania, I started getting text messages from Harris aides who started pivoting, not from talking about whether or not she could still pull this off, but talking about how they would deal with a second Trump presidency. One aide telling me that he believes that he's going to try everything to try to push back on these policies, but also try to figure out a way to love the people that he disagrees with. So it's really interesting. Of course, the vice president, he hasn't conceded. NBC hasn't called this race yet, but we are in this situation now where Harris aides and people close to her are definitely making the move toward how are we going to work with the Trump administration? How are we going to deal with these policies? So I think it's just just really interesting in these wee hours in this morning that is, of course, a Wednesday morning. There are a lot of Democrats that are waking up shocked, or that are going to bed shocked, but are also sort of dealing with the reality, which is that they expect Donald Trump to be the president of the United States come next year.
I've been thinking a lot about all those campaign aides who've been through a lot this year. A change at the top of the ticket, a tumultuous campaign. It sounds like what you're saying, Yamiche, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that because it was Vice President Harris, and again, we haven't called the race, but right now, unless she wins the presidency, she's not going to be in elected office anymore in a couple of months. But her aides are talking about how she will work with the White House or how they will work. Tell me more about what you mean by that.
Yeah, so in talking to aides, they're talking about how they're going to deal with these policies. So these aides are organizers, they're grassroots organizers, some of them are people who work with big donors who put their money in the things that they think are important, whether that's climate change, whether that's reproductive rights, whether that's immigration. So what I'm hearing it's not that the vice president would be working with President Trump if he were to be reelected, but that all the apparatus, all of her aides that are going to be in all these different sectors of society, that they're trying to think through how they deal with a second Trump presidency. So if he has a mass deportation policy, what does that look like? How do they push back on that? If he pulls back on climate change initiatives in this country, what are they going to be doing to try to figure out how to do that? In some ways, it mirrors what happened in 2016. There were a lot of Democratic organizers who started putting their heads together to figure out how to push back, even when they weren't in office, of course, as an elected officials, but they were trying to figure out where to put their resources and their time. And I think the thing that I'm sensing now, because a lot of Democrats have a sort of PTSD from 2016, one aide in particular was telling me, I need to figure out how to love people that I disagree with. So there's also not just the sort of work that needs to be done on the grassroots, but also how do Americans, when they're waking up and half the country is feeling like democracy's in danger and all of the different things that the vice president was saying about former President Donald Trump, how do they wrap their minds around the fact that this is the country that they love and that they have fellow Americans that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So a lot of that is just how do I deal with this country overall.
Yeah, Yamiche, thank you for that clarification. It's 4:20 in the morning, so I wanted to make sure I understood it the right way. But that is all of these organizers and people who've worked for her campaign. A lot of them, to your point, have come from climate groups and equal justice groups and civil rights groups and abortion rights groups. And these are people who are advocates for democracy in many ways in their souls, so they don't go away. In many ways, it's encouraging to hear that they are thinking about where they will be. Thank you, Yamiche, so much. I know you've been up for 1,000 hours. All right, let's come back to the table here. You know, this is a big, I know I keep prefacing this, NBC has not called this race yet, but tomorrow, Kamala Harris is going to, as Cedric Richmond said it, speak to the country. And speak to the Howard University audience there, of course, her alma mater. It's a big moment, and there are a lot of things I'm wondering. What does she need to say? What is the right thing to say? Does she indicate that she wants to still be a part, if she's not the winner of this race, of this fight? What do you think, Tim Miller? I'm going to go to you first.
Boy, it's going to be a real tough speech for her. So I feel really bad for the vice president and for her family and for the aides that worked really hard. We can all sit here on this panel and nitpick this thing or that thing that they did, but they really got caught up in a huge groundswell, a global groundswell, frankly, of incumbent parties that got pushed out, and then in this country, this cultural thing we've been talking about. So I feel for them. I think that what she has to do tomorrow is not worry about fixing the Democrats' brand problem in 2028. That's not a job for tomorrow. Like tomorrow, her job is to do what Donald Trump didn't do in 2020, assuming that this race ends as we all expect it to. It's to concede gracefully. It's to say that she is going to uphold her values on reproductive rights and continue to fight for them, uphold her values on believing in democracy, and she'll certify that election on January 6th and do it proudly. And I think probably speak to young people in the country as well. I know she's really passionate about that. I think about tonight, I think about my daughter, and I think it's going to be tough. I think for we talked about the big wave of people to Trump. Tens of millions of people voted for Kamala Harris tonight, and they have children, and there's going to be a lot of people that are really disappointed tomorrow, and speaking to them, I think that's going to be her job.
I have a tough convo, potentially, with my 9-year-old daughter.
Yeah, same.
Jim Messina, what do you think she needs to say tomorrow?
I think she needs to do two things. One is kind of bring the country together, heal the country, what Trump didn't do in 2020. And then there are a whole lot of people, especially women, who are suffering today, who've now, to Molly's point, looked at this and said, we've now had 2 women in a row lose. Like, this is beyond bad. This is and people who saw themselves in her, minorities, young women, like the numbers were huge. And so there's a bunch of people that are waking up tomorrow saying, is this still my country? I don't understand how to move forward. And I think she needs to help them process that. And that is insanely difficult. And I think as the future and where the party goes and all that stuff, that's not for tomorrow. Tomorrow is about trying to bring this country together. And that's what she can do really, really well. And then speak to these women who are waking up tomorrow saying, where do I go?
Michael, I just save all the easy questions for you. Does the country want to be brought together?
You know me too well.
I do. I've sat with you on a few sets.
You know me too well. I love the kumbaya at this end of the table. I don't think the country gives a damn about that. I think I've been looking at a lot of the stuff on the various platforms, and there are a lot of self-satisfied folks out there who are just loving rubbing it in right now. Yeah. So how do you get up and heal the country when a significant portion of them want to put salt in the wound? And that's the challenge. That's the challenge, and it speaks to the moment we're in. It speaks to a lot of the conflicts that have arisen. There's something that's driving the wedge deeper. There's not a lessening of that wedge right now. I mean, at least not from what I'm hearing from people. I mean, people, sending me texts, it's short of nah, 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 right? And so the expectation is for her to be the gracious one. So what if she got up tomorrow and said, you know what? I think he stole the election from me.
She's not going to do that.
I know she's not, but that's my point. She's not. And it goes to what both Jim and Tim were just saying. She's not, because she's better than that, because she believes we're better than that. But there are a lot of people out there who would probably understand it if she did.
And who might want her to say that.
And might want her to say that. And I think that's going to be the challenge from here forward, because it's going to be harder, not easier, to pull away from the cliff we just went over. I mean, and that's the reality of it. We just elected a man who said he wants to be a dictator. He wants to tear up the Constitution. He wants to, do all these other things with the federal government. And the country said, okay, by a big number. So that's the space we find ourselves in. And how does she then go out and address that?
I'm going to come back to you, but we're going to let Jim Messina go in a moment. And I just have to ask, we have to end on a positive note with you.
Yeah.
Is there an element of data that you saw tonight that should give Democrats any encouragement? Should they keep at it in Georgia? Should they keep at it in North Carolina?
Yeah, in the end, like these growth communities, Georgia, North Carolina, we're not going to say the T word because you and I are sick of talking about Texas. But Arizona, she's going to, if she loses them, it's going to be incredibly close. And it's always been, I mean, Arizona and Georgia were 2 places Barack Obama couldn't even play. Where the growth is, where the future map is moving towards the Democrats. We're just not there yet. So demography, I totally agree. I just don't agree, Michael. Okay. Here's why I don't agree. I get you on the na-na-na political class, and I get you on all that stuff. But the voters who 6 out of the last 7 elections have voted for change, back and forth between the 2 parties, they desperately want both parties to work together. Yeah. They are sitting out there screaming in America, and especially in the Midwestern states, just fix this economy, fix some of these things. We want you to work together. And if she can hear that moment, I think that's really important.
I agree with you 100%. But I just wanted to put that little piece right there.
Okay,
We
Molly.
can revisit it later.
I knew. So tell me, I have so many questions for you, but tell me, what do you want to hear from her?
I think she has an opportunity here to talk to my daughter and your daughter and Tim's daughter and say, look, this was a setback. for girls and for women and for feminists and for people who just believe that women should be able to do jobs that men can do. And it really hurt. And I think a lot of us feel like it hurts to see that our country is like, no thank you to a women leader twice. But I also think that she has an opportunity. I mean, Ro Khanna was on earlier in this program, and he just said, you know, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life, Democratic Party. And that's kind of what I think Harris can do. And she can talk to all of our daughters and be like, you know, part of this is, you know, America is changing. Right? We are moving towards a more, you know, but there are step backs, you know, there are backlashes.
We're going to talk about more of those. We do have to sneak in a very quick break. Votes are still trickling in. We have more exit poll numbers to dig into. Steve Kornacki is hydrating, caffeinating. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. As we wait for more vote from the outstanding swing states and with Donald Trump on the verge of victory, I want to take just a look at some of the exit polls and what we're learning from them. We're seeing that Donald Trump improved his support among Latinos this time around. He received support from 45% of that group nationwide compared to 32% 4 years ago. That's a jump of 13 points since 2020. But take a look at the numbers out of Nevada, which is still too close to call. But the exit polls from that state show that Latinos were evenly split between Trump and Harris at 47% each. That is a dramatic shift from 4 years ago when Joe Biden won Latinos in Nevada by more than 25 points. Our friend and co-host of the weekend here on MSNBC, Alicia Menendez, is bringing some fresh blood to the table at 4:35 a.m. Alicia, it's great to see you.
Good to see you.
That exit poll, we have seen, it's not a surprise that he did better than expected among Latinos, but that is quite much better than expected, or better than many people expected. What do you make of those numbers in Nevada and the numbers overall?
So I was on about 12 hours ago, and one of the first things we said is be a little suspicious of these exit polls and of these numbers. Take them with a grain of salt. They give you sort of a snapshot, not a lot more. Two things can be true. You can have some of these numbers that are absolutely eye-popping, and that does not mean that Latinos are responsible for the fact that Kamala Harris did not win this race, which is some of the discourse that you are now seeing on X and in other places. We're not suggesting that you said that.
Well, no, that's a crazy thing to suggest.
Correct. I mean, for example, they're 5% of the electorate in Pennsylvania. That's not the reason that she lost Pennsylvania. And yet sometimes these conversations begin to converge. So if you are coming to this from a place of curiosity, which you are, but not everyone is.
We are definitely coming to it from a place of curiosity.
These were voters who got hit hard by inflation. I mean, that is where you start seeing President Biden's numbers absolutely tank with these voters. They were hit hard during the COVID shutdowns, and those numbers for Biden never rebounded. In fact, it's not until Harris enters the race that Democrats even begin approximating their numbers from 2020. So she had a lot of ground to make up. These are voters who have complex concerns, as is the case with all voters. And I think there's a question here of how much of this is Trump himself, right? If you all of a sudden take a generic Republican candidate and put them in that position, do they continue to have this level of pull and success? How much of this is about Trump himself?
Well, I guess, yeah, my
question.
He did better than
He did, and I don't know that a generic Republican, maybe they would, but I don't know that they would be calling for mass deportations and some of these very extreme policies that didn't seem to have an impact. And maybe there's a misunderstanding of what the electorate cares about
because of their economic.
I think it depends on how you measure that impact, because there were certainly I mean, this is what was showing up in the polling. We'll see what ends up showing up in sort of this post-analysis. But there were Republicans who had voted for him in 2020 who were dissuaded from voting for him again in this election because of the immigration policies, because of child separation. But what you were hearing from Latino voters was, one, you had folks who hadn't heard what he had said, which I know is sort of mind-boggling for us, but that is the truth. Two, they had heard what he said, but they did not feel that it applied to them, either because they were multi-generation, they didn't have someone in their family who were nervous, was under the risk of deportation, or they didn't believe him. Right? They said, well, he's a businessman. Clearly he understands the economic impact of deporting this number of workers. And that's why you start seeing these numbers, because they're simply prioritizing other issues, as many other voters did in this election.
Yeah, I mean, and Nevada is, one, it's an incredibly diverse state. I think about 40% of the voters there are from a range of diverse backgrounds. Also, the majority of voters in that state are non-college educated, which is not every, a lot of states are, most states are not like that. So there's some interesting demographics at play there that could be an economic factor as well. Let me ask you the same question we were just discussing right before the break, which is that Kamala Harris is going to give this speech tomorrow. We don't have details yet on what time, or we know it's at Howard, or what it will contain. But there are a lot of people who are going to be, who voted for her, who are going to be looking for encouragement from her. There are going to be a lot of people who didn't vote for her who may be watching that speech. What do you want to hear from her?
I thought Tim's analysis was pretty pitch perfect, which is, you know, this is not the point at which you rectify the situation within the Democratic Party. This is the point at which you say to people who want to keep fighting, this is how you keep fighting. This is how you come together. This is how you do this thing. I mean, it really is where she steps in sort of more as like a moral voice in this moment, and a voice of reassurance, I think, than a partisan voice.
It's a big speech. It's a hard speech. If we learn more, we will share everyone what we learn. Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is continuing to crunch numbers. I saw him writing things on a notepad. That's always a sign of something. What have we learned, Steve?
Well, it's a development that's not in the board, but that I can tell you about that's crucial. You know, look, I think we know where we're going here. It's just a question of how we're going to get there in terms of this 270 electoral votes to officially make Trump the president-elect. We've talked about, can Trump get that officially called, that 1 out of Maine, the 3 out of Alaska? If that happens, it's 270. He's at 266 right now. But where there's something actually happening on the ground is in Wisconsin. It stands roughly where it did the last time we checked in. But we've been talking about the city of Milwaukee, all of its absentee vote. We're talking about like 105, 110,000 votes, all going to be released at once sometime soon. Soon now we know. What happens is they're memory cards, memory sticks that have the votes on. This is very technical, but they have the absentee votes on them. And what they do is they bring them all from around the city of Milwaukee to one central facility, and that's where they officially release the vote. So I can tell you that in the last couple of minutes, the caravan carrying over the memory sticks with the absentee vote for the city of Milwaukee has arrived at the official central count facility. So it may be that within an hour or so, we officially get word on how those votes broke. Again, it's going to be more than 100,000. You see that Trump is leading right now in the statewide count by about 110,000. There are only a couple other pockets that are doing something similar to what I just described with that absentee vote. They aren't nearly as big as the city of Milwaukee. The vast majority of what's still to come is going to be out of Milwaukee. There's a couple other places. So when that vote is announced and when it's released, Democrats are going to win that vote. They're going to win it overwhelmingly. It's going to have to be massively overwhelming to erode this enough that they could, with the remaining vote after that, actually leapfrog Donald Trump, but not impossible. And it's interesting because if you look at Wisconsin as a whole, those 3 northern tier swing states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Wisconsin was the closest in 2020 by far. It was only 20,000 votes, 154,000 over in Michigan for Biden, about 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania for Biden. So I think if you said coming into the night that Trump was going to have all the success he's had and then said, you know, where's he going to win the biggest in the northern tier, I think you would have just said Wisconsin, just based on the fact that he was so close to winning it the last time. And yet this thing is going to end up very, very close in the presidential race. It'd take a lot for Harris to get over the top there, but it likely, or very well could be, the closest of all the northern tier battleground states. And the question now becomes, will it get so close with what comes in that the Senate race maybe goes differently than the presidential race? Trump leading by 110,000 in the presidential. Take a look at the Senate race right now. Eric Hovde, the Republican, his margin is about half in the Senate race what Trump's is in the presidential race, his margin over the incumbent Tammy Baldwin. And so all the math we're talking about with that big batch of Milwaukee votes, how the Democrats need to win that by, 85, 90,000, something like that, if they're going to win the presidential. They don't need that kind of a margin to flip a 52,000 vote deficit in the Senate race. So if you're Tammy Baldwin's campaign, you are really waiting on what we just showed you, what we just told you about in terms of that central count facility in Milwaukee, because that's going to make or break you. And it's very possible there's enough votes to there to get Baldwin over Hovde in that Senate race. So there's high drama there right now. And again, just if you zoom out here, zoom out, I'm trying to put the presidential race on, excuse me. Go back to the presidential race, 110,000 again, overall statewide. The other thing I wanted to point out was we identified at the start of the night, I just want to follow up on these, close the loop, a bunch of tests in some of these battleground states. We wanted to test the strength of each candidate. I'll tell you one where Trump's not had a great night here in Wisconsin, and it's interesting to me. We talked about the bow counties, okay, Brown, Green Bay, Outagamie, City of Appleton, Winnebago, that's where Oshkosh is. Okay, it's these three. Now, they are red, but the question we had coming into tonight was Trump going to look, was Trump's number going to look like 2020 when he lost Wisconsin, or was it going to look more like 2016 when he won the state? And actually, in the bow counties, Trump's basically at 2020 levels here. You could see there's Brown County. Take a look at Outagamie, where Appleton is. Looks an awful lot like 2020. Take a look now. You see Trump is up in Winnebago from 2020, but in Winnebago, you're waiting on the city of Oshkosh. That's going to bring that number down. Could end up looking a lot more like it did in 2020 than any step forward. So that's one of the reasons why Wisconsin is not moving as dramatically as some of these other states in the northern tier. One of the things we're kind of learning about Wisconsin is a lot of it really is now, since Donald Trump came along and scrambled all the lines in Wisconsin, he's still finding new pockets of votes in the rural areas, but a lot of it's just really, really dug in, and you're just not seeing any movement at all from 2020. So again, Trump did get that in the rural areas of the state. You take a look at the WOW counties, the big suburban counties right outside Milwaukee. Again, compare this to 2020. This looks basically like 2020, a little bit better for Harris in Waukesha County, the biggest of the WOW counties. Washington County here, though, again, what does that look like? Almost to the 10th of a point, like 2020. Ozaukee County, again, a little bit of progress here for Harris. Might have needed just a little bit more, but again, 20,000 votes in 16, 20,000 votes the statewide margin in Wisconsin in 2020. I think we're going to end up in that ballpark again tonight statewide. It would take, it's a Hail Mary for a Hail Mary pass. I'm stumbling over everything here. For Harris to actually overtake Trump. But again, you see the Senate race there could absolutely swing on Milwaukee. If we get Milwaukee, if Trump's still got a solid lead, if there's not much left, possible this state could then get called. We'll see. And if and when that happens, Trump would then easily be over 270 and would mathematically be the president-elect.
Any other human would be stumbling far more than you over the last 117 hours you've been sitting at that board. You even know when the caravan is coming, Steve. So can I ask you, just while you're standing there, just to pull back up the popular vote? Because this is a part of the story that for many presidential cycles, Democrats have been arguing, I have said too, that the Electoral College should not be the prime determinant of the outcome. But this is looking different than what many would have expected. Weeks ago, days ago, whatever, maybe. Where do we stand at this point in time?
Yeah, it is. I preface it by saying it's going to be long. California is the overwhelming contributor to that. You can check in just over half the vote there in California. The vote by mail still arrives. Some of these counties are very, very slow at counting it. That's for another time, but it could take weeks to get the full picture. And a lot of times that remaining vote by mail that slowly comes in does tend to lean Democratic and boost the margins. But just take a look at California, because again, this has been where California's landed. 30 points for Hillary Clinton in 2016, 30 points essentially for Biden in 2020. Look at in a state as enormous as California, what that adds up to. That's a margin of more than 5 million votes that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by in California 4 years ago. That's the clear majority of Joe Biden's entire popular vote lead, a win nationally in 2020, majority of it comes from California alone. Now, look, if anything like this ends up being what the final result is in California, we're a long way from knowing. But Harris is running 5.5 points behind Biden's number. Trump's running about 5 points ahead. It just, in a state that big, it lops off a lot of that deficit. Not enough to put the state in play or be competitive, but maybe Trump loses California by 1.5 million, 2 million votes fewer than he lost it in 2020. If numbers like this are what we continue to see, you have that prospect. So that's one, when you talk about the national popular vote, where it stands right now, if Harris is going to catch Trump in it, she's going to need something like Joe Biden got in 2020 out of California, because, again, the slippage we've seen for Democrats in big blue states tonight. We've spent so much time in the battleground states, I think, understandably, but it's good for everyone, I think, to make sure we all are on the same page. And we know this, New York State, it's about a 12-point win for Kamala Harris. It was twice that much in 2020. New York City tonight, Donald Trump's double-digit gains there. New Jersey, a huge blue state, down to 5 points with most of the vote in there. Again, this was a 16-point win for Joe Biden 4 years ago. You can take a look. I think we showed you Maryland earlier, just if you didn't see that. We still got some to come, but 22 points in Maryland. This was 33 for the Democrats. Democrats get where the popular vote margin for the Democrats has really come from, that big popular vote margin we talk so much about for Biden in 20, for Clinton in 16. It's made in states like New York and New Jersey and Maryland, and for that matter, look at this one, Illinois. More than 90% of the vote is in. 4-point race there right now, was 17. It's a massive state. Look at this. That's a 1 million vote margin that Joe Biden got out of this state in 2020. Right now, with more than 91% of the vote is in, it's about 225,000, 223,000. That's Harris's margin. That's how Trump takes the popular vote lead and potentially builds it up enough where California might not be enough for Democrats to win the popular vote. In fact, I think if you're the Trump campaign and you're trying to win the national popular vote, you're feeling better probably than the Harris campaign is right now, looking at everything that comes in here. We talk so much about the popular vote and how Trump lost it the last 2 times. Very decent chance here he could end up winning it this time. If he does, that would be the first election since George W. Bush in 2004 where the Republican candidate won the popular vote and potentially getting an outright majority. We'll see. There's still some wiggle room there, too. But another question would it be an outright majority, too? Again, that will be settled a long way from now, though.
Steve Kornacki, thank you for explaining all of the nitty-gritty details to us. And we'll discuss this with the panel. I want to bring in Ashley Parker, but I'm just going to say the growth, the Trump success or success from past years in some of these bluer states, House, Senate. It is all important. Okay, let's bring in Ashley Parker. She's right there on our screen. Ashley, thank you so much for staying up with us, although you've just been up the whole night, pretty much. She's the senior national political correspondent for The Washington Post. She was at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach earlier this morning. Ashley, tell us, what was that like? What are you hearing from Trump world right now?
So they're incredibly ebullient and enthusiastic, and they feel very vindicated. They were saying that they have been saying all along from about 3 weeks ago that they believed that they could not just win, but potentially sweep the battleground states. We'll see if that will happen. But as of now, obviously, the vice president has not won a single one of those battleground states. And it's interesting. Time is sort of a fraught thing for me right now, but I spent all of Monday, 24. Yeah. I spent all of Monday, 24 hours, flying around on the press charter with Donald Trump, going to his 4 rallies. And then, you saw a president who was not fully confident. He thought he was going to win, but he was sort of grappling with himself and kind of voicing out loud the message his aides had given him sort of a little bit prior, which was that this is yours to lose. But the caveat, of course, was, but you can lose it, right? And you need to stay on message and you need to be disciplined. And so by that last rally in Grand Rapids, where he sort of starts to call, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi a crude word for a woman, and he says, I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it. So you saw that kind of push and pull with him, to the point where even earlier today, my colleagues and I were talking to people in Trump's world, and they said he was going to, which he did, start the night at Mar-a-Lago at his private club because they expected it to potentially be so close. They wanted him to kind of have a private, safe space with which to process the results. You know, one advisor told us, quote, you know, away from the outside world. So where this night has ended up was not necessarily, despite what they said publicly and privately, where they thought it would end up. It was where they thought it could end up. But if they're being honest, this is sort of more extreme. If it keeps trending the way it has been trending, than they might have dared to expect.
Is there, I'm sure there are many examples of this, but since you've been talking to them, I mean, we were just watching Steve Kornacki go through the numbers from Illinois, and we were sitting here saying, holy cow, is my best way of saying it. What were their biggest surprise, as much as they thought this is where it could end up, what have they been surprised by?
I mean, I would say less surprised, frankly, and more they feel vindicated. You know, when Trump had a rally in sort of the final days in Virginia, he also stopped in New Mexico. And then, of course, he did Madison Square Garden in New York, where a Republican was not going to win, and which he did not win. But there was a sense of skepticism of what is he doing in Virginia? And again, Virginia has been called, I believe, for the vice president, but they were happy and sort of vindicated that these states that they had believed, like a Virginia, would be closer, was competitive, right? Like Illinois, they felt like they could really be competitive in a lot of states, and not just that they could win, but they could potentially win by sweeping the battleground. There was a period, I was told a couple weeks ago, maybe about 2 weeks ago, where they thought actually they could maybe affirmatively win Virginia. That didn't happen. But again, these were all things that are sort of, for them tonight, icing on the cake and delightful for them.
Ashley Parker, you just flew around to many states. You've been up all night. Thank you so much. And nothing like having little kids to prepare you for covering political campaigns. That's what I will just tell everyone. Thank you so much. For joining us. We have to sing in a very quick break. We are still waiting on several calls in several swing states. We've got many more friends stopping by the table. Steve is continuing to crunch the numbers. Grab a cup of coffee. It's almost morning. Settle in. We'll be right back. Okay, everyone, it is 5 a.m. here in the East. Good morning. If you're waking up with us, there's a lot we're going to catch you up on. It's 2 a.m. out west. We are still here, and right now Donald Trump is on the verge of winning the White House. Whether you were just waking up or you haven't gone to sleep yet or you took a little nap in there, thank you so much for being with us. I'm Jen Psaki here at MSNBC headquarters in New York, and with me here at the big table, we have some fresh blood in here, fresh legs, and Tim Miller's still here. Anthony Coley, Julian Castro, Tim Miller's still here, Ali Vitale is with me, Steve Kornacki is also still here, still standing, crunching things over there. You can see him at the big board. We'll be with him in just one moment, but I want to get you caught up very quickly. So here's the big picture right now in the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 219 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 266. That is just 4 electoral votes shy of the presidency. And that means just one of these outstanding states, this is what Steve keeps telling us, could put him over the top. In Michigan, the race is too close to call at this hour. In Wisconsin, a state that has been incredibly close, Steve just gave us an update about the caravan of votes we're waiting for. That race is too close to call. We're expecting more votes to come in soon, more updates to come in soon. In Nevada, it is too close to call there as well. And in Arizona, a state that often takes a little bit longer, that race is too early to call. Now, Donald Trump spoke to his supporters in West Palm Beach early this morning, and he claimed victory. But again, votes are still coming in. We're giving you updates as we get them. NBC News has not yet made a projection in the race for president. And as for Vice President Harris, we have not heard from her yet this morning. But here's what campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond had to say to her supporters gathered at Howard University last night.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Let's get straight to Steve Kornacki at the big board. You just gave us an update earlier about a caravan of votes from Wisconsin. We may not know anything more there. What more have we learned?
In Wisconsin, not much. Just call it up to remind folks where we stand here. Looks like, it's 3.5 points for Trump. You're seeing 97% in, 10,000 votes, and you're saying, why on earth hasn't this thing been called? Well, Trump is certainly in a very good position right now, but the remaining suspense here is about in Milwaukee County, in the city of Milwaukee in particular. You see how it's only 74% in, and that's because the absentee vote in the city of Milwaukee, which we expect to be overwhelmingly Democratic. How overwhelmingly? Typically, it's about 80%, 85% Democratic. There's a little bit more than 100,000 of those votes. They're in one central facility now. We're awaiting word from that facility about how those votes broke. This is how they do it in Milwaukee. They choose to do it this way. Don't ask me why, but here we are waiting on it. If it's incredibly massive. I mean, maybe even bigger than the 85-15 that's usually about the high end for Democrats there. That could potentially get Harris in a position where there's just enough votes like this, absentee votes being counted in central locations. There's a few other places where that's taking place. I'll give you an example, though, of what Harris is up against here. So Racine County, in the city of Racine, is another place where they're doing this central count absentee. We think there's about 30,000 votes left here in Racine County. This is the second largest outstanding set of votes in Wisconsin. Now, they do this central count absentee thing here where Democrats are going to gain, where Harris is going to gain a lot of votes. But only half of that 30,000 is central count absentee. The rest of it is election day vote that just hasn't been counted yet. So there's possible in Racine County that the election day vote is pro-Trump, the absentee vote is pro-Harris. They cancel each other out, and that 30,000 votes doesn't add up to anything. So to actually surmount this 110,000 vote deficit, it's going to take something. I'm trying to find the right word to describe this. Absolutely kind of bonkers for Harris at this point. But because there are so many in Milwaukee and they are so heavily Democratic, you want to see that before you make any formal declarations there. And again, there are some other pockets of the state here where there's some Democratic vote to come. Could Harris stitch together just enough to get over Trump? It's very unlikely, it seems, but it's not impossible. And it is true that Wisconsin, whatever happens, it's going to finish very, very tight here. Even if Trump does win this thing by 20, 30,000 votes, it's not going to be much. It's not going to be 3.5 points like you're looking at right now. Over in Michigan here, to about almost 95% of the vote is in. Now, if you've been paying attention all night, that Trump margin not long ago was sitting at 300-something thousand, then 200-something thousand, now 117,000. Why is that? It's because slowly but surely in Wayne County, the biggest in the state, like 25% of all the vote in Michigan, we're getting Wayne to come in now. Over 80% of the vote is in. Harris is now leading this by a 2-to-1 margin. Her plurality here is up to 233,000 votes. 4 years ago, this was 333,000 votes for Joe Biden. So we'll see what happens with the remainder there. The opportunity for Harris, I can tell you how much we think is left there, too, in Wayne County. We think there's about 170,000 votes left there in Wayne County. So if those votes are coming in at about the clip they're coming in right now, what would that be? 120,000 to 50,000, a 70,000 vote plurality for Harris. I don't know, ballparking it here. But if she were to gain 70,000 votes out of Wayne, okay, that would still leave her, almost 50,000 votes behind Trump. Give her whatever number you want there. That's a lot still she has to climb past. And then what else is left in Michigan after you get all of Wayne? So some of Kalamazoo. But it's election day vote in Kalamazoo. There's some election day vote there, it looks like, in Kalamazoo, which is Trump-friendly. Macomb County, Trump's winning there by 17 points tonight. I'm just looking at this in a lot of smaller counties with little pockets of votes here. So, again, this is going to tighten. This is going to tighten significantly as Wayne County comes in. But we've taken you through it tonight. I won't bother everybody with it again here. But we've taken you through some pretty dramatic shifts in the state tonight toward Trump in places like I will take it through a little bit. Little places like Saginaw County, places like Muskegon. Now look at that. We've got all of Muskegon in. These were the two swing counties in the state. Both of those swing counties, it's narrow, but both of them land in Trump's column. Again, Macomb County right here, and almost 90% of the vote is in. Trump with a 75,000 vote lead here, 17 points. Our big test coming into the night was would Macomb, which is gigantic suburban blue-collar county, but it's not as big as Oakland, the gigantic sort of white-collar suburban county. Would Trump be able to almost cancel out Oakland, we asked, with his margin? Trump gets 75,000, still to come in Macomb, but he's at 75,000, and it's 81,000 for Harris now, as all the vote pretty much is in Oakland County. So right now, that's exactly what the Trump campaign would have wanted out of Macomb versus Oakland, and there's a chance still for them to grab more with that remaining vote there. So again, Wayne County here, where Detroit is, and a lot more than just Detroit, will bring this down. But it is going to take a pretty big lift for Harris to get past Trump. But there's more volatility here with more vote outstanding. So waiting on, the caravan arrived at Central Count in Milwaukee, waiting for the plumes of smoke or whatever they do when they're ready to tell us those numbers.
Maybe plumes of smoke. Quickly, Steve, before we let you get more hydration in your system, you've been telling us, of course, it's former electoral votes. Any state could put it over the edge. You've been giving us some updates, Maine and some other states. Anything else where there's been movement since we last talked about it?
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a good reason to take a quick look here in Maine, 2nd Congressional District of Maine. This is where we left it. Look, there's no reason to think it's not going to land somewhere around here. Trump won this thing handily both times he's run. He's ahead by 7 points here. We just haven't had new vote since the last time we checked in. Let's go to the Klondike, Alaska. We are exactly where we were the last time we checked in here. 69% of the vote is in, 55-40. I was just looking at where some of the outstanding areas are. They do these by legislative district, not county in Alaska. I was just looking at some of them. There are, surprisingly, there's a bunch in Anchorage, so much of the population in and immediately around Anchorage. But again, this has been a Republican state for a long time. Trump with a 15-point advantage. There's no reason to think it's not going to end up something like this, but you got to see more to actually be able to make that call from our decision desk. If this were to get called, though, along with Maine 2, it's 3 electoral votes here. It's 1 there. That would be 4 on top of what Trump has, would again mathematically make him the president-elect. So will that come together first, or is Trump going to hold on? First of all, he's got to hold on in either Wisconsin or Michigan, and then actually reach hit a level here where the returns are in, and I don't know what I'm describing, and get both of these states officially called. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know we're waiting. We're getting close on everything. You're going to come back to us. We'll get updates as we have them. Okay. Ali Vitale, we have, again, some fresh blood here. I want to get all your thoughts. Ali, you've spent a lot of time on the trail this year. A lot of time with suitcases and in hotel rooms covering candidates in the Republican primary. And I think a lot of people, as much as a race has not been called, are digesting what is happening right now. Yeah. What light can you shed on what is happening within the country, what people perhaps have missed about some of these margins that Steve is walking us through?
I think, to me, yes, the story was written in part in the 2020 Republican primary, or 2024 Republican primary, when voters were given a slate of alternative candidates. They were given senators, they were given former UN ambassadors, and they said, no, we're good, thank you so much. We like the guy that we have been with the past 8 years. But I actually think the arc of this story actually starts when I got on the campaign trail in 2015. It hasn't just been this year that I've been logging miles. It's actually been for the last 8 years. And the story in 2015 and 16 was sort of the surprise rise of Trump, the way he remade the Republican Party. You and I were working on various sides of that at different points throughout that primary and general election. 2020 then seemed like the reassessment moment. Does America want to continue this? Does he know how to work the levers of bureaucracy during a massive national event like a pandemic? And then 2024 should have been a re-reckoning, but instead, it's like January 6th wasn't playing in the minds of voters. And I think that there was a real nostalgia factor for Trump. Maybe people were thinking of a pre-pandemic time. But then the fact that he was also deplatformed off of places like Twitter, where he typically sowed his chaos and where people were like, oh, yeah, I remember this guy actually has a lot to say at really weird hours of the night. And I don't know that I love that a president or a presidential candidate is doing that. Instead, he went quiet, and I think people were able to forget. And to me, the first sign of that was in our NBC News poll back in October, where it showed a retroactive job approval rating for him of 48%. That White House would have been jonesing for those numbers at the time. The fact that they were getting them then, I think, to me, was an early light bulb of, okay, people are metabolizing his legacy differently now. And that's this.
Nostalgia factor is such an interesting part of this story. I mean, and again, if this race is called for him, there's only been one other president, Grover Cleveland, who ran on non-consecutive terms and won, which it's very strange that Donald Trump could be the second. The strange is the only way I can describe it. You're the only person sitting with us here who's actually run for office and won. What have you, as we're digesting all of this data, all these exit polls, all of these margins that are surprising, disappointing to some, what are your big takeaways from what we know so far?
Number one, just to pick up on something that Ali said, look, I think Trump helped that along, right? If he has a superpower, it's marketing. In every single speech over the last few years, he would say, we had the greatest economy. We had the greatest economy. And I think a lot of people really believed that in the end. And they remembered those times more fondly probably than they were, right? And compared that to high inflation over the last couple of years. So there's that. I think it's an extraordinary comeback. I don't know if we can call it the greatest American political comeback, but certainly it is an extraordinary comeback. And I think this calls into question a lot of the identity politics, right? Traditional identity politics. That's going to this election is going to help rewrite. Well, I mean, take the Latino community, right? There's still a majority, according to exit polls, for Democrats. I think it's 53-45. That's just one exit poll, so you can't put all of your stock in that. But it's clear that he made significant gains, right? And so this is going to rewrite, I think, how the parties approach Latinos and other groups. And then the last thing I would say is, I do think that we have to reckon with the deeper forces that play a role. What role does misogyny play? What role does still existing racism or bias play? It seems like these days we almost don't want to ask those questions as much. And I think that's part of the problem that allows somebody like Donald Trump to get elected.
Yeah, we have to ask the questions. I think that's one of the things I think everybody should reflect on. Anthony Coley, a lot of people are going to say this is a messaging problem, which to me, it's much bigger than that. It's not about words on a page. Right. You have had the Forrest Gump of jobs in administrations, and not to give everybody your bio, but you've worked in Southern politics. You were the communications director at the Department of Justice, also the Department of Treasury. You know, I just want to pull off of something you just said here, which is very interesting, is Donald Trump went out and said, the economy is great, the economy is great, the economy is great. He kind of ignored data. He ignored reality. Democrats often get fragile in some ways, in a good way. You could argue about being accurate. That's good. Accurate is good. But about how they describe the state of things, right? What are you, as you're looking at that particular big question, what is your takeaway in this moment? I know we're all digesting what we know at this point.
Well, the Secretary just described essentially was Trump making this a referendum on the incumbent party. And I think back to the last presidential campaign that you and I worked on together. That was 2004. It was Kerry, right? And what George W. Bush did effectively was not make the race a referendum on him, but he made it a choice between two distinct visions, two distinct ideologies. And that's how George W. Bush won re-election. And that's the same thing that happened with Barack Obama after 9/11 happened. So the issue here, I think, if she ends up not getting over the top, is that she did not separate herself from Joe Biden enough. And she allowed Donald Trump to really make this race a referendum on the entire campaign. I will say one moment where this crystallized for me, and I've seen you report on this, it was her interview on The View.
Yeah.
Do you remember this? Okay. Where she was asked by Sonny Hostin if she could name would she do anything differently? And the vice president said she couldn't. She circled back a little later and said that she would add a Republican to the party. And I think when you step back and look at NBC's own right track, wrong track numbers, 72% of the country believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. And she got saddled with that if she ends up not being able to.
It was a very, her answer did get better. I did that moment to stick out to me as well. It did get better over time. It was very tricky to figure out how to walk the tightrope you're talking about, which we'll come back to.
Well, she was a loyalist to Joe Biden. And that's what, and I give her credit for that. But it was in Joe Biden's interest for her to create some distance.
We're going to come back to this. I just want to bring in Vaughn, who's been standing. You know how this is.
Oh, yeah.
Standing for a long time. So let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know you were at Trump headquarters earlier this morning. We talked to you a little bit earlier. I mean, do we have any expectation or indication, I guess, at this point to what we should expect from Trump and his team this morning and later today? Anything you're hearing from them?
I was told by one source that they're already planning and looking at having a potential another Trump rally, quote, soon, was what this one source who is at the festivities tonight told me. So, look, we're looking at potentially 4 more years if he does, in fact, take the White House in 2025 of Donald Trump's roadshow. And I just, if it could, I appreciate that you guys are extracting on the conversation here around the differences of reality that Americans have lived in and the extent to which that propelled Donald Trump to a potential victory tonight. Because going around this country over the course of the last 8 years, Donald Trump, time and again, he exploits his biggest vulnerabilities to try to turn them into political advantage and gain. And we have seen him do it quite effectively. The examples are plentiful. When you're talking about the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico back in 2018, 3,000 people died. What did he do? He denied the 3,000 people died. When COVID hit the United States, he denied the mass deaths that Americans, families, their communities faced, instead claimed that he was the one who was effectively able to save America from the pandemic. When January 6th took place, what did he do? He said that it was an inside job, the FBI, and polling from this year showed that 25% of Americans believed that the FBI was behind the January 6th attack and instigated it. And when we're talking about the prosecutions that he faced, I can't tell you how many people traveling around this country over the last 2 years believed that Donald Trump was politically targeted and that these charges had no merit and that they were being directed by the likes of Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Democrats. Americans believe that. And this is what has led to this moment. A MAGA movement, let's be very clear, turned out a record number of voters in 2020. Joe Biden got more. But here in 2024, over the last 4 years, despite an insurrection, despite Donald Trump being found liable for sexual abuse, despite his company being found to have repeatedly engaged in financial fraud, tonight was a very clear indication that Americans believed that Donald Trump was the victim. And his version of reality, and his version of facts made him a sympathetic figure in the type of person, perhaps some Americans with their own vulnerabilities, but one in which Donald Trump made himself a representative figure to a mass part of this electorate that ultimately decided, despite a lack of a ground organization from the Trump campaign and the RNC, a source telling me they had half the resources that they did 4 years ago. It was that organic grassroots following of low propensity voters that didn't even show up in 2020 that here on November 5th and in the weeks preceding came out and voted for the man 9 years after he announced his bid for the presidency, 9 years later, making the biggest resurrection of a political figure ever in American history, and one that could very well lead him here if one of these states falls in his favor back into the White House come January 20th, 2025.
Vaughn Hilliard, I have to say, you have been so tireless, so informative, so direct. You have brought us inside of these Trump rallies and what's going on with the electorate in a way that's been very insightful to me, and I know so many people watching. So thank you for doing that again for us tonight, this morning. Good morning, I suppose. But thank you again so much, Vaughn, for taking the time. Okay, we have to sneak in a very quick break. We've got much more to talk about. Steve Kornacki's still here. He's getting his battery pack changed so he can still talk. We're still waiting for numbers in key swing states, and we're going to be right back. Okay, let's take a look at the big map at this hour. We are still waiting on Michigan. We're still waiting on Wisconsin. We're still waiting on Nevada. And we're still waiting on Arizona. But as you can see, any one of them would put Donald Trump over the top and clinch him the presidency. Let's get right back to Steve Kornacki, who's still at the big board. Steve, I know we're waiting for votes in Wisconsin. Anything else we knew that we have learned that we can update people on at this hour?
We think that I momentarily take this with a grain of salt, but we think that very soon we're going to get the rest here in Racine County. This is the second biggest outstanding piece of real estate here in Wisconsin, behind Milwaukee. There's about 30,000 votes or so yet to be counted in Racine County. We believe they're all going to be released at once. This is one of those counties where you have that central count facility for the city of Racine. They have all the absentee vote. They send it all out at once. Plus, there's some remaining election day vote that's going to be released to about 30,000 votes in total. Again, the Democrats Harris trying to erase a 110,000 vote statewide. Once we get that, we'll see how it readjusts that number, and that will clarify really the big thing left in Wisconsin at that point, which will be, I put Ozaukee County up, which will be Milwaukee County, where the city of Milwaukee's absentee vote, again, will be released all at once. It's going to be more than 100,000 votes, and exactly how much Harris needs to win that by, I think, will be a lot clearer if and when we do get this Racine vote. Again, we got a heads up. It might be coming soon, but we're keeping an eye there to see if that happens. If it changes, I'll let you know right away. Something else that we're following, and I think these two updates from Racine and from Milwaukee that'll really leave Wisconsin pretty close to done. A race that hangs in the balance here, too. You got the presidential at 110,000, but you've got the Senate race. Oh, I think what just happened, I think something pretty dramatic just happened there. Okay, did we just get central count from Milwaukee? I'm asking my producer here. I think we just got central count from Milwaukee. Zooming this out statewide, yes. So it just came in. This was the biggest outstanding source of votes in Wisconsin. Central count, meaning city of Milwaukee takes all of its absentee vote. It's like 100,000 votes. And all the votes get released at once, and that basically completes the county. That's what just happened. And that's why Wisconsin now has 99,000 votes reporting. And take a look here in Milwaukee County. City of Milwaukee is what just came in here. It's basically done in Milwaukee County right now. That's what Harris's margin is going to sit at. And it brought that Trump down lead substantially, but it only brought it down. Remember, it was 110,000 before. Now it's 40,000. So it was a 70,000 vote margin. That's what Harris won the absentee vote by in Milwaukee City. By far, that was the biggest remaining source of votes in Wisconsin. That's done now. There's a scattering left, perhaps, in Racine County, which I was just talking about a minute ago. City of Racine, Racine County. This is the big thing left now. Now that we have Milwaukee, again, about 30,000 votes. Trump's margin statewide is 40,000. If Trump is declared the winner in Wisconsin, that's 10 electoral votes. He will officially, mathematically, cross the 270 threshold to become mathematically the president-elect. If you bear with me a second, I'm just going to check in and see where exactly vote is left now in Wisconsin. This was a big, big batch of votes that, trust me, we have been waiting hours for in Wisconsin. I think it's clarified the situation. Certainly our decision desk, which is behind the scenes here, you don't see, but certainly they are interpreting this as I speak in real time. And let me just update my chart here of what is still to come in Wisconsin. It's not much. It's that vote in Racine we've been talking about. I think we just got it. I think we just got Racine. Yes, we did. Okay, Racine just came in. This takes you we're pretty much done in Racine County here. There is a boost there. What just came in was Democratic. It was Harris. And there it is, that statewide margin that was sitting at 40. Harris shaves 9,000 off that in what just came in Racine County. So Harris still trailing by more than 30,000 votes. I do want to show you at the same time in the Senate race, this is dramatic. Those two developments were enough to push Tammy Baldwin into the lead. A pretty substantial lead, relatively speaking, in Wisconsin. Tammy Baldwin's now leading by nearly 30,000 votes in the Senate race. Baldwin's been running better than Harris. So those two big updates brought Harris to about 30,000 down. Still a long way for her to go.
Steve Kornacki,
but they
Steve Kornacki, I just have to jump in. And you've been predicting this. We've been waiting for it. And we do have some breaking news from the decision desk. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House as this country's 47th president. And for so many of you watching right now, that news is, to say the least, a lot to digest. I understand that personally. After he lost 4 years ago, he refused to accept the outcome and incited a violent insurrection on our nation's capital. He's campaigned while facing criminal indictments related to his efforts to overturn the 2020 results, and he's run as a convicted felon. During this campaign, he has also promised to essentially be an authoritarian leader, to use power like no American president ever has before, and wield that power to go after his political enemies. This is a man who's also bragged about overturning Roe v. Wade and stripping away women's bodily autonomy. He's promised to conduct mass deportations to crack down on the rights of millions of Americans. Donald Trump is an anti-democratic force, but he's just been elected democratically in our country. And here's what might be the hardest part to hear, but we have to talk about and we have to say, and it is a hard part to digest for all of us. But we have to be honest about what we saw in this election. Donald Trump was elected by expanding his support over a number of key groups that we've been digging into this night, all night tonight, as we anticipated where this was headed, and I know we're going to dig into it throughout the course of the day today. And there will be a lot of time spent on how and why he won and what this will mean for the country over the next 4 years and beyond. But in this moment, it's also important to remember that our democracy is not built around one person or one job. And I have every confidence that pro-democracy forces in this country will continue to stand up and make their voices heard. That's what we saw after 2016 as well. Some of those voices will be governors, some of them will be elected officials, some will be institutions and organizations standing up for rights and standing up for women's bodily autonomy and standing up for our climate. Some will be citizens, and many of you sitting at home right now digesting this news right now, some of them will be you. I wish I had better news for my daughter later this morning. I know Tim Miller and I were talking about this earlier, when she and so many others wake up to this news. I wish I could have called her and told her that the first woman president had just been elected. I wish that. I won't be able to do that. But what I can do, what I can tell my daughter, and what I will tell my daughter, is that our roles as American citizens have never been more important than they are right now. I can tell her that there are still lots of good forces out there, forces for good in this country, and that they are going to be getting to work. We have to sneak in a quick break. Okay, I'm going to come back to the table right now. This is a lot to digest. We've seen where this has all been headed, and one thing I just wanted to raise here is I was the communications director for President Obama when Donald Trump won in 2016, and one of the conversations we had that night that I'm certain the Biden team is having right now is about inviting Donald Trump to the White House. I think that Joe Biden will do that, and I think he should do that. That is about the continuity of government. But it's 8 years later,
and we know a lot more. And that, I think, is a thing that's going to be hard for a lot of people in that building to digest. But it's also an important part of our democracy and how we operate. And being a model for that is an important part of lifting it up and protecting it. Ali Vitale, we've been talking a lot about Republican voters, what you observed on the trail. What is your reaction to this news, and how are you digesting? What should people expect? I mean, you're a reporter who's been out on the trail.
I think, to me, and this picks up on something that we were talking about earlier, this is a campaign that, as much as you say this is not about one person, this was very much about one person. The Republican Party itself reoriented itself around Donald Trump. It was not a campaign about policy. It was a campaign about personality. It wasn't a campaign that was won on the doors or won by phone banking, because if it was about get out the vote, you probably would have elected Elizabeth Warren as the Democratic nominee in 2020, but you definitely would not have seen Donald Trump win the presidency if it were solely about a get out the vote, feet on the ground operation. Instead, you end up here, and I think the nostalgia factor that we talked about earlier is key. I think the fact that Americans listened to the very sober assessments of this man being a threat to democracy and said, we're concerned about democracy too, but just not in the same way. That's the story that the exit polls told.
I think one of the things, Tim Miller, that may be hard for people like yourself to digest, but you've been digesting it, is this really feels like this is, if there was any doubt, the Republican Party is the party of Donald Trump. I don't know what the coming back from it is.
Yeah. No, I was probably long gone already before tonight, but it's certainly gone after Donald Trump's victory tonight. And to me, when I think about this and him being declared the president-elect, I look at what happened to the Republican Party. He restructured it in his own image. He blew it up in a lot of ways. They're talking now about tearing down the administrative state. That's what he did to the Republican Party. He tore it down and built it back up in his own image. And that kind of conversation and debate is kind of over, really. And as I look ahead to the next 4 years, that is at least what they're planning on doing. We'll see. That's at least their stated plans for the country. And I think they're planning to dramatically change the way that the government interacts with us domestically, dramatically change how the U.S. interacts with its allies and its foes in the world. And I think when you talked in that intro about this fight for democracy, that is what is ahead now, right? There'll be some people that are fighting against that and fighting against ways to roll back things that we've become accustomed to and used to in this country. And then there'll be others, I think Democrats in Congress, maybe Tammy Baldwin, as we see winning that might want to work with him to try to modulate it somewhat.
I'm going to come back to you. Hold your thoughts. I just want to go back to Steve Kornacki. A lot of people are waking up right now. This is just a big, significant race call. People are digesting it. And I just want to go back to Steve Kornacki to just share with us how Donald Trump won this race, looking at the trends you've seen, where he overperformed, where Harris underperformed. What can you tell us?
Sure, yeah, I think there's a lot that went into this for Trump. You see the current scoreboard there, 276 over the top, officially president-elect. The other thing of note we've been talking about tonight, big picture, is the national popular vote. And you see right now Donald Trump more than 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris. One thing I'm going to show you is that Trump, even in states he hasn't won, has made tremendous strides forward in some big, highly populated Democratic states. So what goes into this national victory for Donald Trump tonight? As so far you see, 1, Georgia, 2, North Carolina, 3, Pennsylvania, 4 battleground states that have been called. Trump has swept them all so far. Nevada, Arizona remain to be called. Michigan also outstanding here, but Trump, with 95% of the vote counted in Michigan, continues to lead by over 100,000 votes. A bit of what we just saw in Wisconsin likely to play out at some point here in Michigan, where we're waiting on a ton of vote from Wayne County, where Detroit is. See if Harris can erase that, but she's the underdog to do so, just given other things that have happened in Michigan. So where did this Trump win come from tonight? I'm going to point to a couple of places. First of all, we look at Georgia. This is one of the states that was called several. I can't even remember how many hours ago, though. But one of the questions we had at the start of the night was, you looked at this Atlanta metro area, all these blue counties, big, suburban in many cases, fast growing. Democrats have been getting more and more votes out of here. They wanted to expand. They needed to expand that even further tonight. One place we said to look in at was Fayette County. This is a high-income suburb right outside Atlanta that's been getting more and more Democratic. And here you go. It's just about all in now. Democrats, they needed to carry this tonight. That would be, make another county in the Atlanta metro area blue. They didn't. And what that speaks to is we saw this in a lot of suburban counties like this where Democrats had been advancing the ball the last couple of elections. It seemed the voters were moving against Trump more and more with each election. Trump sort of stalled that. He stalled that in a place like Fayette County tonight, and he stalled that in other suburban, key suburban areas in these other battleground states. So Democrats were counting on making even further big gains in places like this, and in all too many for them, they didn't make those gains. You can move up to North Carolina here, where again Trump is leading by 3.5 points with just about all the votes in. A couple of places we can look to here. I'm going to give you a different example in North Carolina so you get a sense of the different ingredients that went into this nationally. One thing you could look at in North Carolina we talked about was there's a lot of rural counties in North Carolina with large black populations. Democrats wanted to get higher turnout to improve on how they did in those counties in 2020. They had come close in North Carolina in 2020. They thought that was a way to do even better. But in county after county like that tonight, Donald Trump improved over how he did in 2020. And Democrats simply didn't get those numbers in an area like eastern North Carolina, a lot of rural counties with large black populations. You move up north. What happened here? Here's one we talked about as the test coming into election night. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is a county. Let's just show you the trajectory here over time. If you went back to when Barack Obama was reelected in 2012, this was still an overwhelmingly blue-collar Democratic county. Obama won this thing by about 28 points. Along comes Donald Trump in 2016, and he almost wins it. He comes within 3.5 points. 4 years later, when Donald Trump loses Pennsylvania, he loses it by more than 8 points. Well, look, he didn't win it tonight, but he got closer than he got in 2016. In these big blue-collar counties that not long ago were overwhelmingly Democratic, they dot the Midwest, they dot Pennsylvania. This is the kind of result Trump got tonight. If he'd given back ground in 2020, he won that ground back. In some cases, like in Lackawanna, he moved the ball further even still. Another ingredient in Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, a lot of small, mid-sized, working-class cities with large Hispanic populations. Trump, here's a classic example here. Luzerne County, Wilkes-Barre is here. Hazleton is here. Trump finishes with 60%. He moved the ball forward. He did even better. Huge story we saw tonight throughout the country, Jen. Hispanic voters. Donald Trump making massive gains in some places where there are large Hispanic populations, especially working-class, blue-collar Hispanic populations.
So much to digest, Steve Kornacki. We're all going to be digesting it. I wanted to ask you just again about where we sit with the House, if there's anything more we know about the House. And I'm raising this because we now know that the Republicans will control the Senate. We know that Donald Trump will be sitting in the White House. Who controls the House of Representatives, which we will not know probably for some time, is going to be a big factor here moving forward.
Yeah, well, it's currently just in terms of cold seats here, Republicans with 200, Democrats with 175, 60 uncalled, 218 the magic number. I think one thing to keep in mind, it looks like it's going to be very close on the House side. There are a number of districts in California, depending on how things shake out elsewhere. I think there's a decent chance we're going to be waiting on a number of districts in California. And California, for those who don't know, is an extremely slow counting state. I mean, it can take a week. It can take longer to get full results. I'll give you an example. In 2022, House control, Republicans picked up the House in 2022 from Democrats. It took 8 days after the election in 2022 for Republicans to actually hit that number of 218. They did it in California 8 days after Election Day. So again, we're going to see how some of these shake out. But if it is coming down to California like it did in 2022, that can take time.
Everybody's got to be patient on that one. It is a big factor. It is the difference between Jamie Raskin being the chairman of the House Oversight Committee or not, Hakeem Jeffries being the Speaker of the House or not. Steve Kornacki, is there anything, I know you're not easily surprised, you study the data so deeply, but let me just ask you, of the data you've seen in some of these big battleground states, is there any big demographic theme that you've seen that surprised you or didn't anticipate with the polling that we were seeing going into the night?
Well, it's not that I didn't anticipate it, but I think it was a question because the polling had been telling us for years now that Donald Trump seemed like he was making big gains with Hispanic voters. We saw in the 2020 election how that became a story. He made some significant gains with Hispanic voters, but the idea that he would get to, he would only lose Hispanics by single digits, make it competitive overall. The exit poll has him losing Hispanics only by 8 points nationally tonight. And some of the numbers that came in, again, outside of the battleground, I think this is what surprised me the most. I'm just going to show you New Jersey. Okay, big blue New Jersey. Harris wins this. She only wins it by 5. Look, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won New Jersey by 16 points. Trump took more than 10 points off the Democratic margin in New Jersey. And where did he do it? Take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, has some large Hispanic population. Cities, one city, Union City, that's 80% Hispanic in Hudson County, New Jersey. Look at this. 46 points is what Joe Biden won Hudson County by 4 years ago. Tonight, only 28 points. 18-point gain there for Trump in a core Democratic county, in a core blue state. Take a look at Passaic County. It's 43% Hispanic. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Biden won this by 16, almost 17 points. Democrats always win Passaic in big races in New Jersey. Tonight, Donald Trump looks like he's going to win Passaic County. So again, New Jersey doesn't, the electoral votes don't change. It remains a blue state. But this is closer right now than any Republicans come in New Jersey in 32 years. And the reason it's that close, it's those counties and those cities with huge Hispanic populations that has such a big, such a great deal to do with this here. And it's something we saw all throughout the country tonight. Not necessarily, we saw it in some of the battleground, but I think the thing that was most surprising to me was outside the battleground. Donald Trump doing things like that, making gains like that, often in some big blue states. And it's why he's leading the national popular vote by such 5 million plus votes right now in the national popular vote. And it'll take time to sort that one out. But why I think there's a real chance, a good chance that Donald Trump ends up winning the national popular vote this time around.
Which you reminded us earlier has not happened since 2004, right. When George W. Bush won the national popular vote. I know this is something we know from exit polls primarily, but one of the big topics coming into this election was the gender gap. And the women's vote and maybe the quiet vote and where that might turn out. What do we know at this point? What have you seen in the data on that front?
Yeah, our exit poll is not showing, it's showing a gender gap, but it's not showing the kind of gender gap that some of the polling was suggesting. So our exit poll is showing Trump winning men by about 10, Harris winning women by about 10. Now, total, that's a 20-point gender gap, and that's certainly on the higher end, not the highest, but it's on the higher end of what we've seen in presidential elections before. We had polls saying this could be 30, 35 points, something in that area, the gender gap. So it comes down relative to, again, what the polling expectations were here. And I think just less of a factor than, I think some of the buzz was heading into the election. I'll tell you one thing that really, in the final days of this campaign, that really got people talking about the gender gap was, for those who follow closely may remember that poll in Iowa over the weekend. We thought, oh, Iowa, that's a safe Trump state. He won it so big in 2020. There's a poll that came out over the weekend showing Harris ahead in Iowa on the strength of an enormous gender gap, massive margins with women, senior women. I think that spurred a lot of the talk about this. Just to update that story, this is what Iowa looks like. Donald Trump doesn't just win it, he wins it by 13 points, and that 13 points is actually an improvement by about 4 points from how he did here 4 years ago. So that whole idea that there was this, massive gender gap in Iowa that was netting out to a wild degree of the Democrats' benefit, there was nothing to that. Donald Trump actually does better in Iowa easily than he did in the 2 previous elections.
Steve Kornacki, so much data we're going to continue to dig through. Thank you so much for walking us through each of these pieces. And I think we're all trying to understand what happened here, why. Lots of time to do that. Thank you so much again for just walking us through all of that as we got that race call. Anthony Coley, yeah. You and I grew up in Democratic politics together. We were part of the Kerry campaign when we lost. You know a lot of things about politics, right. But you also have an expertise in all of these legal cases, having been the former communications director at the Department of Justice. Right. And I think one of the questions that's going to start to become real for people as they're digesting this is what happens to these legal cases. And that seems pretty clear to me. Right. Donald Trump has made very clear He's going to get rid of the legal cases by getting rid of Jack Smith. But let me ask you what you think is going to happen with this sentencing that is scheduled in New York for just a couple of weeks from now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be sentenced to jail. When you go
Will
back,
the sentencing still happen, do you think?
I do think it will happen. I don't expect Judge Marchand, he's the judge in this case, to sentence him to prison. I think age is a factor, and I think the fact that he has not been it's not a criminal conviction in terms of he is more of a civil type of case. Can I say one thing about this moment we are in, though?
Of course, I just had to ask you that because I think that's people are going to that's going to come quick to people's digestion of the news.
So you said it best. We are at a moment where we're going to be digesting this for a while. The headwinds she faced are real, right? When I think about the right track, wrong track numbers, she couldn't overcome that. When I think about the economic anxiety that people around the country feel, she couldn't overcome that. But I also have a question about the role that race and gender played in these results. Here are the facts. If we would pull back the layers, she is a person of color, she is a she, and she is in an interracial marriage. And I wonder, I have this question mark in my mind over whether all of those things combined was too much for pockets of this country. And it is a stunning, this says more about who we are as a country and this moment, that this overqualified African-American mixed race woman did not win this race, and she lost it to a man who was a felon, who tried to overturn the will of voters in a free or fair election. You talked about the House. I think that is going to be the next line of defense.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I'm not confident, though. I suspect and I hope that Hakeem Jeffries is elected by his peers to be the leader of Democrats. But they're going to have a conversation about this now, right? Because he's a Democrat from New York. And this is what you were talking about in an earlier segment. Who is going to be the face of the resistance? I think it should still be Hakeem Jeffries. He's got the support from the largest caucus within the Democratic caucus, the Black caucus, and the New York delegation. But Democrats are going to have a real conversation about who should be the face of the resistance over the next 4 years.
First of all, we've been friends for a long time, and I feel like you just captured what a lot of people are feeling. So let me just say that. But I do think one thing I would disagree with you on, I didn't mean to sugarcoat that. I was very touched by what you just said, is Hakeem Jeffries, I think will if the Democrats win the House, he will be the Speaker of the House.
I agree.
If the Democrats do not win back the House, he will still be the leader. And I think this is why, in my view, he has been an incredibly effective, astute, disciplined leader of the caucus. And what I mean by that is he is not knee-jerked in moments where people with less discipline would have knee-jerked, and he has been able to build that caucus.
And he should be, too. And I want to be clear. I think he should be. But let's also be clear. Blue dogs and people in the middle of the matter, they're going to have this conversation.
No, this is true. And I just wanted to come back to Ellie, and then we'll come back to you, because I have so many questions for you about where this sits with you and how things stand. What do you think? Where does the House piece of this, which I've been trying to articulate, now becomes very important in terms of the balance of government, in terms of standing up for democracy, standing up for people's rights? Where do you think this question of leadership sits? What do you think the conversations are going to be in the House?
I think you're right. In the scenario where Democrats take control, I think that it's still a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries, and we've watched the way that he's led this conference. And I asked him when I was out with him on the campaign trail, what kind of profile do you cut in a Trump Washington? And he made the point, as House Democrats, we want to work with Republicans, traditional Republicans. And I said to him, Donald Trump is not so traditional. He said, we want to work with traditional Republicans. Where are those? This is where interviews I've done with Mike Lawler might come in, where I said to him, what profile do you cut in a Trump Washington? He says, I'm independent. I'll stand up. All right, time to put up or shut up in that capacity. Then in the world where Mike Johnson is still the speaker, this is a very different Washington that you're talking about. You no longer have the guardrails of Democrats trying to do investigations, wield gavel power of key committees. You have what you had in 2017, the last time that Trump was in the White House, and the biggest swipe they took was tax reform, and that's actually all coming back around for early 2025.
Actually, real quick, it's going to be more aligned with Trump than 2017. Paul Ryan, as Speaker in 2017, did put some brakes on Trump that Mike Johnson won't.
And those members are gone too. He's got allies throughout.
We've seen that over and over again. He basically asked for Trump's direction about the immigration reform bill. Secretary Castro, there are a lot of questions to address here. I think one of the big one I have is for people out there who are thinking there will never be a woman who is elected president, there is racism, there is sexism, which I think there definitely is. It's an important part of the question. You've been elected before. How should people be thinking about what their role can be if this is not who they voted for?
Well, I think that it summons the need for all of us to be active participants in our democracy. And I think there's going to be a lot of resistance. I think if there's a benefit now, a silver lining, if you're searching for one, it's that, look, we've seen this movie before, and people are more prepared for this in 2024, 25 than they were in 2016, 2017. I think of all of the organizing that went into groups that stood up to resist Donald Trump, to push back. Many of those folks are still out there. And I think just like Donald Trump is coming in with more knowledge and experience, they have that knowledge and experience too. I'd also say, to all of the folks watching, I have a daughter that's 15. I remember when Hillary lost, I had told her the night before, hey, we're going to have the first woman president. And, she was, I'm sure, hoping this time that would happen. That we have to acknowledge that we still have progress to make as a country, but it's not them. They have the opportunity to change that, and that this should make them even more ambitious about changing that and breaking that barrier.
I hope that is a part of the message tomorrow, and I think it will be. Ali, we now know that Vice President Harris is going to be giving a very difficult speech today at her alma mater. I think it's probably going to be an emotional speech for her. I think it's going to be a raw speech, and it's one where there's a lot of things that she may want to get done in the same speech. But what do you think? What do you expect to hear? What do you think the country should hear?
We've seen a version of this speech, not soon after, 2016, when Hillary Clinton had to do this version. And having written the book about why America hasn't elected a woman to the White House yet, to me, it's so clear. It's not just Kamala Harris carrying her own ambition on her back right now, but she knows that she's speaking for any woman who's going to come after her. I have to tell you, the first thing I thought when I woke up from my hour nap this morning was what Abigail Spanberger said to me when Harris first ascended. She said, I feel confident she's going to win. Of course, now we know that that hasn't happened. But she said, if she doesn't, it's not because she's a woman. And I hope that as we parse through this, that we can end up in that place, because I think you're right. The intangibles, the X factor, the unquantifiable of gender and race is the hardest part about this. But at the same time, the fact that Harris put another notch getting closer, it normalizes the fact that women can compete at the highest echelons of power. And I know that you and I might disagree on what the future looks like for this, but that is the optimistic way of looking at it, is that yet again, millions of Americans voted for a woman because they thought that she was qualified, and it means that more women get to come in those footsteps.
I think that's an incredibly important note. And I also have a 9-year-old daughter, and my conversation with her is going to be about my hope for her generation. And what you can take away from this. I would also say that one of the things, and we don't know what Harris sees as her future. Maybe we'll learn something about that today. Maybe we won't. But there is an incredibly large bench of Democratic leaders out there, governors. We talked about Hakeem Jeffries, people who are running organizations. I spoke with Yamiche a little bit earlier, and she was at the Harris rally, and she was saying that a lot of the staffers and people who were there working for different organizations, they saw where this was going, and what they were talking about was how they could be activating their groups that they had been involved in before. And that is a very, very powerful thing, because it's very easy in this moment to want to lay on the couch and
curl in the fetal position. And that's powerful. If people who have been working for Kamala Harris can think about what they can do to stand up for people's rights and for climate change and for women's rights, then other people can also do the same thing. I just want to thank you all for staying up late with me and helping people watching digest a big piece of news that I think is going to be, people are going to be digesting quite a bit throughout the course of the day. That does it for me this morning, but the big breaking news at this hour, Donald Trump is the president-elect of the United States. The whole Morning Joe team is standing by. Joe, Mika, Willie, and the whole gang pick up our coverage right now.